We're just thrilled, Dr. Berger and myself, just thrilled to begin a new series. First of all, my name is Herb, and I am an alcoholic. That's really not too relevant to the subject today of emotional sobriety, although it's the platform that gave it to me, and Dr. Berger can do his own witness here in a minute. But please join us in the theme song and prayer of emotional sobriety, the Serenity Prayer. Think about it. Words are not prayer. Prayer is put into words, but they become robotic and we become brain dead to it, especially something like the Serenity Prayer or the word love. We use it so many times in so many different contexts that we become brain dead to it. It's kind of ba, 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 ba. Think about it. Prayer is really a positive affirmation. Prayer is really the intention behind the words. And the words of the Serenity Prayer are addressing reality. What do I influence? I dropped the word control a long time ago. What do I influence? And what can't I influence? Outside of me, inside of me? Not much. Not much outside of me, not much inside of me, but I have some responsibility in both directions. Influence. What can I influence? And I really do need wisdom with a capital W to navigate reality as it is. And that's what we're talking about today. Reality as it is, what we can influence, what we have responsibility for, and what we have no responsibility for, and getting really clear over time a process. Join me now in that Serenity Prayer. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. Well, thank you for your attendance. And you have a special invitation today. That's the way I like to look at it. Thousands of people heard about or saw the flyer or read about us and thought about coming today, but here you are. I do believe that's an invitation that you've responded to in a special way. Dr. Berger and myself recognize an awful lot of people, and you recognize a lot of the people on the call because you've been attending one of our events or both of our events and or had some exposure to us singularly or together. It's really there's a great series that I watched, well, at least by my standards, great, called Band of Brothers. And it was these military men who had the exposure and experience of being together as a survival unit. And it left a permanent relationship amongst them. That's what we are. We're a band of seekers. We're a band of seekers. And doesn't matter why we're seeking, and it doesn't matter whether we have an addiction or not, and it certainly doesn't matter what the addiction is. The point is that we're all looking for something. I was a looker for something. I was a seeker and very proud of it. I didn't know that I didn't know, that I wasn't a finder. I didn't even realize that that was really what the whole point was of seeking. I thought seeking was the badge of honor until I found. Interestingly enough, and I reminded Dr. Berger of it this morning, 37 years ago today, Dr. Berger and his staff at the San Pedro Hospital asked me to stop drinking. I'd had a drink that day when I went to the hospital to support my wife's recovery. I didn't know that I had a problem, so it was her problem, not mine. And they said, well, why don't you quit drinking for 90 days to support her recovery? That was my last drink, and tomorrow is my first sober day. That's my anniversary, 37 years ago. I know, Alan, it's like you can't get here from there, but here we are. And so I'm very, very grateful for my wife, of course, She passed away 3 years ago, and I'm just reminiscing about that today, as it was 3 years ago next month. After 52 years of marriage, and the last 60% of it was the way a marriage ought to be, friendship. Dr. Berger and I will be doing a series now. We've, over the last 20 years, done random topics on emotional sobriety, and all of a sudden we realized that it had an organic connection. This is the first of 4 this year, which is a recap of everything that we've done and maybe some new material. Today, we're going to take a look at Bill's letter, which Dr. Berger started unpacking a long time ago and has written some books about it, on emotional sobriety, the next frontier, 1958. Oh my God. And nothing happened. Bill had this prophetic letter that we'll unpack today, but nothing happened until probably 5 or 10 years ago. And Dr. Berger's a pioneer in opening up that letter to the public, actually, and making it relevant to us today. This process of sobriety that began 37 years ago recreated my career. That was one of the things that was coming apart at the time. It recreated my family. That had long since been coming apart. But also, it had given me a complete full cycle. I was a monk and studying to be a Catholic priest for 7 years. I left in 1964. I left the monastery. I hung up my black robe, and I didn't meditate for another 25 years. I thought I wanted to be a missionary priest, and I left because I realized I didn't want to be a missionary priest. I didn't want to preach and teach and help people. I don't know whether you just heard that and put the pieces together, but for the last 30 years, I've been preaching and teaching and helping people. So I've come full circle, but I found my destiny. I found my purpose. I found my meaning. That's the point of emotional sobriety. Alan, you'd like to pick it up?
Well, I just want to say that, I mean, I'd like everyone that's listening to picture this. Herb is coming to an outpatient family group to participate in recovery with his wife, who's there for alcoholism. And now I hope it wasn't lost on you that he's drinking before he comes to the program. And then he was surprised when we said to him, you might want to take a look at your relationship with alcohol. You know, at first he was a little incredulous about this. Now, look, I'm not the guy with the problem here. You know, the patient's the one inside the hospital. What are you guys talking about? I'm a family member. Don't you know I've had to put up with this my whole life? And it was such, now you can see from that how his consciousness has grown and changed. You know, for me to be a close witness to this miracle has been just phenomenal. I mean, unbelievably phenomenal. I remember when Herb was celebrating 30 years. So this was, 7 years ago now or something like that. And we were doing a workshop up here in Westlake, and I had a little, Maddie was probably like 9, 10, 11 months old, something like that. She was, you know, she was able to walk. So she was right around 11 months old. She walked pretty early. And we were doing this workshop, and Maddie comes in at the end because I shared this story about her birth and this emotional sobriety thing. And Maddie runs up. She says hi to me, but she passes me by, and she goes over to Herb and reaches his arms out to him.
First time she ever met me.
First time. Now, there's a thing called mind mapping that we do, and that every one of us have, and we have this very early on in life. And when I tell you what it is, you'll understand why we have it. It's so important for our survival. The minute we meet someone, we unconsciously map their mind. And at that point in time, we determine, are they friend or foe? Are they safe or dangerous? Are they someone we can trust? Or is it important for us to keep our distance from that person? That assessment takes place in every one of us. And children are so pure in that ability because they don't have all that nonsense in their head saying you shouldn't feel this way or that way, right? They don't have all those rules yet. So when she walked up to him and with that pure naked mind mapping reaches out to him, that showed you or showed me the result of his work at that point in time. 30 years ago, Maddie would have been finding a table to hide under in the back of the room. she wouldn't have run up to him and raised her arms for him. And she just felt his
in there under the table.
she just felt his loving spirit. And that's the kind of a transformation that takes place. What's the title of your second book? I love that title.
12 Steps to Spiritual Awakening, Enlightenment for Everyone.
That's right. And that's what happened. That's the journey he's been on. I've been on. I've celebrated 49 years in recovery now.
August is 50.
That's right. August will be 50, and hopefully we'll be able to get vaccinated and have a nice celebration. And if not this year, then we'll just kick it down the road a year like they did with the Tokyo Olympics, and we'll still call it our 50th celebration. But this program is a miracle, and part of the miracle that we're talking about today, and is that this, what we could even think of it as the second stage of recovery, as Ernie Larson described it. So I want to make certain that all of you have a pen and paper handy today, because I want you to take notes. Even more importantly, there's going to be a whole hour for question and answers at the end of the day. So we're going to ask you to hold your questions until that period of time. Our presentations are going to fill up the time that we have to present them in the 3 different chunks of time that we've created. And I'll tell you what those are in a moment. Good. And so I want you to have a pen and paper so you can also write down your questions and hold them to that particular point in time. And then we will open up our discussion and you will be able to ask your questions. But before we begin that, I want you to write down right now your definition of recovery. What is recovery for you? How would you define your recovery? Think about what is the purpose of your recovery? What are you trying to affect in your life? What are you trying to create in your life? So really sit down for a minute here and write this definition down. And then at the end of the day, when we stop presenting, we're going to ask you to write your definition for recovery down again. Our hopes is that over the next 3 hours, that definition will change, that you will have an expanded definition of your recovery, and it will most likely contain elements that you have not heretofore considered. And this is very important, is that recovery is only limited by the definition we have for it. And I remember when I came into program, I would hear some of these old timers, they define their recovery as just staying sober.
Yeah, put the plug in the jug.
Right, I put the plug in the jug, and there's only 2 steps that are important. I remember what they would say to me: first step and the 12th step. Yep. I don't drink and I help other alcoholics. Yep. Well, there's a lot in between those 2 things that can happen in your life if you work them. And that's what Herb discovered in his journey, and I've discovered in mine, is that there's a specific process that occurs as we work the steps. And you're going to be delighted when we start to talk about the steps and emotional sobriety. When you put on this lens and you look at the steps through emotional sobriety, they start to have a completely different meaning. Just give you a little tease of that. Like if you look at the second half of the first step, our lives have become unmanageable. When you start to look at what we're going to talk about today, is this emotional dependency and how that has made our lives unmanageable. Now that part of step 1 has a different meaning to it.
Yeah, the best kept secret in the rooms.
It really is. And Herb has said this many, many times, is that we focus so much on our powerlessness over alcohol, and for good reason. Look, you can't do this work without the plug being in the jug. Herb and I are very much abstinent minded in terms of that the first goal in recovery has to be putting the plug in the jug, just because of all the effects that either the drugs have on your brain, or if you're in a process addiction, what the process is doing to you, that we have to hold that in abeyance in order to do this other work. And with the drugs, we got to get clear. I mean, it's amazing from a neuropsychological point of view, they've done studies where your IQ can shift almost a whole standard deviation in the first year after you stop drinking. There is no question that alcoholism creates sometimes an irreparable organic brain damage, but definitely a brain damage that can be repaired if you put the plug in the jug. But that's for another day and another time. Today, what we're going to be doing, the 3 segments we're going to have, is in a few moments, I'm going to share my screen with you, and we're going to unpack Bill's letter on emotional sobriety. This letter, as Herb mentioned a moment ago, was published in 1958. It was actually written in 1956, and it was written by Bill Wilson. Someone in California wrote a letter to the World Service Office or General Service Office and said, look, I've been in the program. I'm part of this fellowship. I've been struggling with depression. Can anyone share with me how the steps might help me with my depression? Well, when Bill Wilson saw that, I can only imagine how excited he got, because Bill Wilson, as we know, struggled with depression his entire life. He was depressed before he met Lois. He had suffered from depression his entire life. And in his recovery, he was taking the information he was receiving from his spiritual directors, the information he was receiving psychologically from people like Dr. Harry Tebow. And he was really trying to put all these things together to say, what is going on here? What can I do to address my depression? And the gift that he's given all of us is, when he wrote this letter, he synthesized all of his thoughts and experience into this letter. Now, we can also note that in 1950, when he wrote the 12 and 12, he noted, when he was talking about step 12, that the goal of the steps, in addition to achieving physical sobriety, was to help us achieve emotional sobriety. He says, if we practice these principles in our daily affairs, that we and those about us begin to achieve emotional sobriety. So, without any further ado, do you want to add anything to that, Herb? Or
actually, you asked a wonderful question in terms of the definition of recovery. The second question I'd like you to ask yourself is, what is your primary source of suffering? Notice I'm not asking you what your primary suffering is. That just might be symptomatic, but get underneath that as best you can right now. What is this primary source of your suffering? And then we'll revisit that after we've had some time to expose you to our understanding of emotional sobriety and the other things that we'll be talking about.
And if we do our job today, your thoughts about that will also likely be different at the end of our 3 hours. All right. So as I mentioned before, this letter was written in 1956. Bill Wilson sent it out. They kept it in the archives, and in 1958, it was published in the Grapevine under the title Emotional Sobriety, The Next Frontier.
I think many oldsters who have put our booze cure to severe but successful tests still find that they often lack emotional sobriety. Perhaps they will be the spearhead for the next major development in AA, the development of much more real maturity and balance, which is to say, humility in our relations with ourselves, with our fellows, and with God.
So let's unpack this for a minute, because there's so much in each of these segments that I've pulled out from the letter. So this is the second time in his writing that I was able to find Bill using the phrase emotional sobriety. And what he was observing, not only in others, but I'm certain in himself, because of the spirit of this letter, is that something was lacking in recovery. While people were now trying to live a very, very different life, there was still something out of place, something that was making it difficult for life to work. Now, he identified it, and I think, as we're going to see correctly, is that they lacked emotional sobriety. So the definition of that will become clearer and clearer as we go through this letter and as we talk to you afterwards. He goes on and says, perhaps they're going to be the spearhead for the next major development in AA. Now, how come this really hasn't become the next major development in AA? I mean, I think now we are beginning to see some evidence that there is a groundswell, if you will, and I hope it's going to hit the tipping point here soon, of interest in this topic. And one of the reasons is because there's more people in the program today, right? We have, many more people that are in recovery, committed to the recovery, seeking new information, trying to figure things out. And, as a clinical psychologist over the years, I've just seen all kinds of things being thrown into the recovery pot. Let's focus on trauma. And maybe if we treat the trauma, we're going to increase the number of people that can find recovery and get well. So all of these different approaches, motivational interviewing and all different kinds of things have been now proposed because we've been struggling to find what is the missing link. What is missing? Now, I believe that Bill was right when he talked about it as emotional sobriety. And to me, it has been interesting that no one has really brought that to the focus that Herb and I have been bringing this or focusing on this as Herb and I have over the years. So I think one of the reasons for this is that there was, I think, an unintentional consequence of defining recovery in the following way is that we know that alcoholism, drug addiction is a medical disease. It's a disease. The AMA said so in the 1950s. But we quickly followed that fact with the idea that it has a spiritual solution. It's a medical disease with a spiritual solution. So what this did is it is in some way got people to focus on the spiritual solution part of recovery and ignoring the emotional issues that we're going to talk about today. And I don't say this to offend anybody, but it really became a thing. If I had a problem, let me stick it in my God box and then turn it over to God, and I'll wake up the next morning and some kind of miracle will happen over the night that's now changed this thing in my life. Dr. John Weldon, a brilliant psychologist, and unfortunately we lost him last year. He talked about spiritual bypass, and that's where we use these spiritual things to not get down. So to avoid getting down in the nitty gritty of life and dealing with some of the things we need to deal with and trying to jump over that. And look, for me, that appealed to the part of me that wanted the easier, softer way. God, give me a quick solution to something. I'll take it. So that's I think helps us understand why this hasn't occurred. I think today we're a bit more matured, or our maturity is starting to increase, and we realize that that's not working. We're going to have to look at some of these issues that we've been not looking at, that we've been avoiding. And that's where the real maturity and balance comes in. king baby, queen baby, those are common phrases used to describe us, and for good reason, is that we're immature emotionally and we don't know how to have balance in our life. You know, instincts gone awry is a phrase Bill used to describe us. So then he goes on and he talks about what this real maturity is. He says it's humility. And that's an important thing to stop and just digest for a minute. It is you know, what is humility? So hold on one second. I want to read you a definition of that.
I was going to say, while you're looking for it, it comes from the Latin word humus, H-U-M-A-S or U-S, I'm not quite sure, humus, which means earth or dirt, common, not unique, not special, fitting into and blending into an entire context. Humility is not the hang down head and tail between your legs and, oh gosh, shucks. No, no, no. It's a perception of the truth. That's why it's such an incredible word for us here in this dialogue about emotional sobriety, because it is the centerpiece of a context of reality. Yes, I am the center of my world. No, I am not the center of the world.
Yeah. Here's the definition from another very big book. Can you see this? It's the American Psychological Association's Dictionary of Psychology. So they tried to capture every psychological term in this dictionary. And here's how they define humility, which I think is really a great definition. They go, the quality of being humble, characterized by a low focus on the self. Interesting, huh? The quality of being humble, characterized by a low focus on the self, and accurate, and now in parentheses, not over or underestimated. So an accurate, not over or underestimated sense of one's accomplishments and worth. Remember the word balance that Bill used here, right? Not over or underestimated sense of one's accomplishments and worth, and an acknowledgement, and this is so important, and an acknowledgement of one's limitations, imperfections, mistakes, gaps in knowledge, and so on. So let me read that again. It's a low focus on the self, with an accurate, not an over or underestimated sense of one's accomplishments and worth, and an acknowledgement of one's limitations, imperfections, mistakes, gaps in knowledge, and so on. Well, now the word itself, before I came to the program, admitting that was anathema to dying. I mean, I'd rather fall on a sword than to let you see my limitations and the fact that I'm imperfect and all of those other things. So the pride I had was, I would call a false pride. I tried to be someone I wasn't. And humility for me was humiliation.
Yeah.
I had fused humiliation and humility. So there was no possibility of me even being able to embrace humility or consider it an important characteristic to develop in my life, because of this very, very immature understanding I had of the phrase. How do you like that definition, Herb?
Yeah, I like that very much. Absolutely. Yeah.
It's really great, right? How it captures that gaps in knowledge. See, I don't know when ignorance became a crime, but I think for so many of us, ignorance became a crime. And it's not a crime for me to face these things. In fact, today I see admitting these things as adding to myself, not taking away from. But there had to be a shift in consciousness.
Probably in the same context in the culture where A's were the standard and everybody gets a trophy. So it's kind of like, there's been a deterioration in the sense of dealing with reality, because we have Hollywood creating what reality is, and it's always the white picket fence and the white knight saving everybody.
So now take that definition of humility that I just gave you and plug it in. So humility in relation with ourself, being able to be honest with ourselves, a core of our recovery, our ability to look at ourselves as we are, not like we'd like ourselves to be, but as we are. To be able to look at our relationships with our fellows and even our relationship with our understanding of a higher power, with God of our understanding. This is what his call was to emotional sobriety, is to have real maturity and balance, was his humility in our relations with ourself, with our fellows, and with God. Anything else you want to add to this slide, Herb?
Well, you know, it's interesting that Bill wrote the letter right around 20 to 25 years of sobriety, which means that he had to really thaw out and practice and come to an awakening, a second awakening. And maybe you could talk about Ernie Larson's work and that it was wonderful, but again, it was overlooked, 30 years ago?
In 1985, I believe it was, Ernie Larson published a fantastic book, and I will talk about this a little bit more in the third segment that we do today, but it was called Stage 2 Recovery. And he really saw what Bill was talking about, and he just put it in these terms that Stage 1 recovery was the physical sobriety, breaking the bonds of our addiction, while Stage 2 recovery is he captured the essence of that, is learning how to have healthy relationships.
But
That's
again,
how
it didn't get any traction in the mid 80s because the culture in the world just wasn't ready for it. And you raised the question today, it's relatively a frontier now that you've pioneered. And it's probably because addiction and the 12-step programs are much more accepted culturally and socially. And there's a lot more knowledge, general knowledge among the general population and sophistication about psychology and human development. So all of the ingredients are there for this now to surface, to become really relevant to people's living their lives successfully.
Yes. And you and I are seeing the evidence of that, right? We're seeing people that are exposed to that write us saying, thank you for introducing me to a whole new dimension in my recovery.
People with 10, 20, 30, and even 40 years of sobriety, recovery. Keep in mind, we're talking, although we use, Alan and I, the word addiction, both with regard to alcohol and drugs, it's really, as he mentioned earlier, process addiction, everything that is connected to any form of a 12-step treatment program. So,
okay. All right, let's go. We'll go on to the next slide.
Yeah.
Those adolescent urges that so many of us have for top approval, perfect security, and perfect romance, urges quite appropriate to age 17, prove to be an impossible way of life when we are at age 47 or 57.
Well, this is it. This is part of the remarkable insight that Bill had, is that once again is pay attention to his relationship with himself as we talk about this. Look at the things that he's observed about himself. And I want you to also pay attention to his observations are observations, not judgments. He is not putting himself down for these things. He's owning them. He's taking responsibility for them. He's sharing what he's learned about himself without a judgment on it. So he talks about these adolescent urges, these immature urges that we have for top approval. Well, what is that? We want everyone to like us. Perfect security. We want to feel good all the time. And perfect romance, right? We want things to work out, no conflict. You know, a perfect relationship is when my partner does everything I want them to do. And when I want them to do it, that's how we define that, if we're honest with ourselves. Well, he says these urges are quite appropriate to age 17. I don't think they worked well at 17 either, to tell you the truth. That's one thing I disagree with Bill. I think that they were examples of a serious problem that was going to continue to compound, if you will, through our life because of these unenforceable rules. You see, when he says top approval, perfect security, and perfect romance, he had a lot of shoulds, right? Life should be this way. Life is supposed to look like this. And already at a very early age, we all have these rules that we start to develop. We'll talk about those more later, but he says this proved to be an impossible way of life when we're age 47 and 57. Well, it's an impossible way of life at any age. Today, what I'm so excited about is there's a whole movement in developmental psychology is helping parents learn to be emotional coaches, where they help their kids deal with reality as reality is. Oh, wonderful. I mean, hooray, we're getting there, right? We're moving in the right direction. But this is our dilemma. This was an impossible way of life. And what it did is it brought us into conflict with life. And I want you to talk about that alignment with reality, Herb, that you.
What I'm seeing here is the paradigm or the model that I learned in biology and then reinforced in psychology. And Bill uses it in the 12 and 12. He talks about instincts gone awry, which was the first clue that I got of how to really understand his development and approach to inventory. Step 4, looking at human development. Now, this is not what he says, but this is what he understood eventually. And that is that we have biological survival mechanisms: fight, flight, and freeze. That's it. The very basic vegetative and biological animal life: fight, flight, and freeze for survival. These get interpreted by our emotions, by that limbic system in us, as a need for safety and satisfaction and social connection. And we use the emotions of anger and fear and hiding dishonesty as a survival mechanism. So there's nothing odd about what we're talking about. It's a normal organic flow from our biology to our psychology to our behavior and sociology. And understanding that then says, oh, this is just my basic instincts gone awry, and now I have a responsibility to know better and eventually to do better. Perhaps even doing better just because I'm told to, and then beginning to know better.
So let's add to that list of instincts, not only the fight or flight, as you talked about, and freeze, but also let's understand too that within us is an instinct, and I think it's safe to call it that, to be your own person. It's an instinct to express your individuality. There's also an instinct in you to cooperate.
Yeah.
And to join. So we've got to understand, and this is where these things come into play. You know, how can I be my own person and still, be loved by you? So what do? Do I emphasize getting your approval and then now changing myself, being a chameleon to get your approval? Or do I say, screw you, and I'll just be my own person, right? Then the hell with you, right? So these things, this top approval, perfect security, and perfect romance, are also a manifestation of how we balance the need to be ourselves and the need for togetherness. Yeah. And we've got to understand that is always in play. I mean, if you step back and look at every conflict you have with another person in your life, it's going to be you're trying to negotiate how much individuality exists in the relationship and how much togetherness exists. If you want more togetherness, they want more individuality, there's going to be a struggle, isn't there? Because you're not lined up. And we'll get into that more, but that's part of maturity, is learning how to balance that and respect the balance that your partner has.
I'd like to comment on that, Alan, because you make a really wonderful point, and you probably will later on, but just to introduce it here, the balance is between my independence and my interdependence. And that's a balancing act that's kind of like a daily challenge for human beings. It's like, that's what we're not cured of. That's what we have a daily reprieve of, is that unmanageability of finding balance. I'm always hitting both shoulders, one on one side, one on the other side.
And it really is. It's like your temperature. Your body's constantly adjusting those things. It's not like we reach a plateau and then we call it a steady state. Right. Yeah. But it's a state of equilibrium that is quite dynamic.
And that's the role of emotions. And that's the role. And you just use it, the temperature, the thermostat.
That's right.
Emotions are the thermostat.
Yes.
And that's where Bill talks about, and I'll talk about it later, about being disturbed. When I'm disturbed, I'm out of balance. When I'm disturbed, I'm out of alignment. And I have the tools and the capacity and the responsibility to, again, navigate that middle path.
Now, I started to host an emotional sobriety meeting. I'll give everybody the Zoom code of that at the end of the day and stuff on Thursday night. It's just an hour-long meeting, and it's really grown in popularity. But this last week, we're also going through the steps in that meeting and just looking at them from the perspective of emotional sobriety. And we talked about, as we're talking about the exact, admitting to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. One of the ways that we've wronged ourselves is accepting these lies about ourselves. And one of the big lies is that life has to be the way I think it's supposed to be for me to be okay. Now, there's no bigger form of self-delusion that we have than this idea that somehow we're unable to deal with life on life's terms. And so it turns us into control freaks. But you can see that's here. The rule is that everybody's got to like me, or the rule is that I got to feel good all the time, or the rule is the relationship has got to work out the way I think it should be. These are the things that throw us out of balance. These are the things that are so challenging. And it does prove to be an impossible way of life. When I demand life to be a certain way, and to now adhere to my specifications instead of finding a way to meet the challenges that life puts before me, I've created an impossible way of life.
Well, one of the things that you'll talk about and I certainly talk about is Fred Luskin's use of the word. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'll take you back to this one. Go ahead.
Fred Luskin's, in his book on forgiveness, his use of the term unenforceable rules. Our story is made up of so many unenforceable rules, and that's about not dealing with reality as it is, but trying to implement the myth story of reality as I think it ought to be or should be.
Right on. That's right on. Okay, I'll pull this back up now. Here we go.
Since AA began, I've taken immense wallops in all those areas because of my failure to grow up emotionally and spiritually. My God, how painful it is to keep demanding the impossible, and how very painful to discover finally that all along we had the cart before the horse. Then comes the final agony of seeing how awfully wrong we have been, but still finding ourselves unable to get off the emotional merry-go-round.
Well, so here it is. I mean, this is where Bill is owning it. He's talking about his immaturity. He's telling us how immature he is, his failure to grow up emotionally and spiritually, meaning I kept demanding that life, should be what I think it should be. I kept demanding that people should behave the way I think they should behave. And then he says how painful that is to keep demanding the impossible, because when I try to control you to make me feel better, I will never be able to feel better. Yes, you may go along with me one or two times, but if I keep doing that over and over again, you're going to eventually, be sick and tired of it. It's not going to work. It's not a sustainable solution to life. So we're demanding the impossible, demanding that life be what we think it's supposed to be. We've had the cart before the horse because that's backwards. It's not, we never thought of ourselves as the one needing to somehow adjust to the changing conditions in life or to somehow accommodate somebody else's needs at the same time honoring ourselves. We didn't know that. I mean, a wonderful definition of mature love is the one by Erich Fromm that says it's union with the preservation of integrity. Herb and I modified to say that cooperation with integrity is learning to cooperate with another person without losing yourself in that experience.
That's the independent, interdependent dynamic.
Our emotional dependency makes us much too interdependent in our relationships, and that will become obvious as we go along and talk about this. So Bill says, and comes the final agony of seeing how wrong we've been and starting to realize that, look, there's something going on here. I'm having all these difficulties, and the common denominator is me. At some point in our life, we got to stop blaming everybody else and start to say, wait a minute, how come in all of these situations where I'm having difficulty, I'm the one having difficulty? I'm the one cutting off friendships. I'm the one having struggle at work. I'm the one. I mean, I remember that time when you and I were talking for a period of time where you finally came in and started to look at all of the different relationships you had with your fellow employees. And you started to realize, well, my God, I'm starting to understand what really happened here. I mean, I'll never forget that moment of clarity you had where you went, oh my God, I see what's going on now.
Yeah. And that's a testament to what you talked about early on in our introduction, that the step work in inventory helps you get a sense of some of the instincts and emotions and some of the self-reflection deeper than I'd ever had. But then the combination with therapy allowed that to sort of flesh out the picture in a very dynamic way with the help of a coach and a mentor. It was an incredibly important and effective combination.
It was synergistic, wasn't it? It really was. It really was. That's what I saw happening for you, is all of these things were converging and intersecting at this point of growth for you. And you were getting it from all these sides. And then all of a sudden it was coming together.
Well, your insight concerning the word should, would you like to talk about that? It may be something you want to talk about later, but.
Well, I'll get into it after we go through this. So I'd like to save that for a little later on. Let's move on to the next slide so that, because I really want, what we're going to do after this letter is talk about steps 10, 11, and 12. That's what Herb is going to do. And you're going to see the importance of 10, 11, and 12 to in terms of their role in emotional sobriety. So let me move along here. So I don't want to jump in.
We get very excited and we want to give you it all like a mainline shot. You addicts really want it anyway.
It's what do you call it, Herb? Drinking from a fire, from a fire plug or fire hose rather than from a faucet, right? All right. So here's the next slide.
How to translate a right mental conviction into a right emotional result, and so into easy, happy, and good living. Well, that's not only the neurotic's problem, it's the problem of life itself for all of us who have got to the point of real willingness to hew to right principles in all of our affairs.
So, I love the story that Herb tells about this, and I'll just mention it and then you can elaborate on it, is that it's very important that recovery is not an intellectual exercise. See, it's, a lot of us, really like to try to understand things, and I'm not, faulting that, and I'm not criticizing that, but it's just a part of change. Yes, sometimes it's a good thing to get the perspective of, like, to look at the map. Where are we going and what this is about and stuff like that. But those ideas need to be experienced. for them to be integrated. So recovery can't be an idea. It has to be an experience. Herb just so happened to have someone in his life that pointed it out to him.
I sat down with this man at 4 years of sobriety. He had shared for 5 minutes in the meeting in a way, using words and using a tone that I had never encountered in my entire life. And I was like a magnet pointing north. And after I shared my background and etc., he said, "Oh, Herb," he said, "wow, you have a lot of information, but you have very little transformation." And that's what Dr. Berger is talking about. You have a lot of academic knowledge. I have a graduate education in philosophy and theology and in psychology, and I'm 4 years sober. But I'm a Neanderthal in terms of my behavior. Because very much like I alluded to at the beginning, in 1964, I walked out of the monastery. I hung up my black robe. After 7 years of silence and all of the stuff that comes in terms of spiritual development, 7 years of silence and spiritual development, I hung up my robe and I went out and I acted like an alley cat. What's that? I didn't meditate again for another 25 years. What's that? I had put on the persona of a monk. So I acted like a monk until I wasn't acting like a monk. And that's when I left. You can read between the lines, all right? Because all of my behavior was coming from outside people and circumstances. You should not, etc. And anytime I wanted to satisfy myself, no outside rules ever managed me. It was only when I did the steps and I got some therapy that I understood that I had principles. You talked about willingness and principles. Build it. Willingness and principles. Willingness was the key in 1984 to go to support Mary's recovery and to stop drinking, because I wanted to support her recovery, not because I had a problem. That willingness was the beginning. And then 5 years later, because of the steps and some therapy, I began to identify principles that I had, that I owned. And it's been a life that flourishes ever since.
Boy, you just made me think of something, and I just love the creative process that occurs when we do this together. Recovery is not a should. So this is very important to understand. What Herb just said is that a big part of the problem was he had all these shoulds about who he should be, how he should behave, what's right, what's wrong, but he was lost in it. He couldn't find himself in all the things that he was taught to make himself. And that's the challenge we have through our whole life. And this is where it's so important that we don't take the dirty shoe off the one foot and put it on the other foot. When we come into recovery, this needs to become organic for us, which means that we need to digest our experience in a way that we never have. We need to let ourselves feel what we need to feel. We need to become aware of those things that we don't want to be aware of. We've got to open doors that we have nailed shut for so long in our life. And as you start to do that, you heal from the inside out rather than from the outside in. You cannot become who you are from the outside in. It has to be a growth from within us. Yes. And that's the joy and also the challenge of emotional sobriety.
That is it's so logical, and we can hear it and we can understand it, but until you begin to experience it, you don't know it. The Oxford group, which is the predecessor group to Alcoholics Anonymous, Bill Wilson was a member of the Oxford group. Dr. Bob was a member of the Oxford group. They weren't about alcohol. They weren't about addiction. They were about conversion to Christianity. But they had a 6-step process that both Bill and Bob submitted to. And as a result, they got rid of their addiction problem. They call this process soul surgery, what Dr. Berger was just talking about. soul surgery from the inside. And you've heard it in the meetings. It's like doing the steps is like taking an inside shower. And that's really what I began to experience. I talk about thawing out. It took me 4 years to thaw out in the rooms, and then physically. And then I did the steps, and I began to thaw out emotionally and spiritually.
So just one more thing I wanted to point out with this slide is that there's a thing, as a clinical psychologist, I've been trained to pay attention to how congruent somebody is when they come in my office. So if somebody sits down and says, I had this tremendous, terrible experience, right? This horrendous experience in my life, and that there's no emotion to it, I've been trained to see the incongruity between how they're talking about it and what they're talking about. That is a measure of someone's psychological health. The healthier we are psychologically, the more congruent we are. If I'm sad, I cry about it. Mm-hmm. If I'm mad, I yell about it. If I'm lost, I own my confusion and sit in my confusion. I don't try to be someone I'm not, or I don't try to avoid or desensitize myself to what I'm experiencing. I embrace my experience. That kind of a person is a congruent person. And that's what Bill is talking about here. He says, it's a problem of life itself for those who've gotten real willingness to utilize principles in all our affairs. But once again, our test of our emotional sobriety is, are you living what you talk about in the meeting? When you share in a meeting and you talk about how well you're handling things, are you really handling things like that when you go home? I can't tell you how many people I've sat with that have, lots of sponsees and stuff like this, and they look like, and they present like they have this perfect program, as though somehow this goal is to have a perfect program. Well, it's not. The goal of this is to get more real and authentic and talk about what our real experience is to be congruent and authentic in life. That's what we're striving for here. And so you can see somebody who's working a program is that they're authentic. I mean, I'll never forget. I think, Herb, I forgot to mention this to you, that we finally put together the audio program for the all-day workshop that we did up in Santa Clarita on the steps in emotional sobriety. Remember, I brought in that team to record it, and then it's finally now done, and I'll be sending you all the audio files on that. Well, there was a moment in that, and I hope you don't mind me sharing this, because it's a very personal thing that touched me, and I'm still touched by it, obviously, with my sharing it. And Herb was talking about his relationship with Mary. And, we were talking about making amends in steps 8 and 9. And, Herb said that finally in the last years of his life, he had the kind of relationship and marriage to Mary that was a real authentic relationship and marriage, and the connection and friendship they had was unreal. But he was talking about, all of the harm that he had done in the relationship and trying to find a way to, I'm going to cry when I say this, find a way to make that amends. And he asked her to get on her knees with him and pray. And they started praying together every day. God, that touched me so much when you shared that with me. You cried, and I could see what it meant to you. I mean, the experience you had with Mary, and that's what I mean when I say recovery is an experience. That wasn't an idea of making amends. That was an experience of making amends. Being on your knees with her and praying with her, and the connection that you had with her as a result of that is exactly what Bill is talking about here.
Yeah. Well, it's what the work that you do as a Gestalt therapist, and the work that I try to do just as a human development person with embodiment, bringing it into the body, bringing it into the feet. What you were talking about earlier is somebody who talks really good but doesn't walk really well. And the congruence is having a relationship of authenticity between your talk and your walk.
Right on. Well said.
Yeah.
Okay, next slide.
Even then, as we hew away, peace and joy may still elude us. That's the place so many AA oldsters have come to. That's a hell of a spot, literally. How shall our unconscious, from which so many of our fears, compulsions, and phony aspirations still stream, be brought into line with what we actually believe, know, and want? How to convince our dumb, raging, and hidden Mr. Hyde becomes our main task.
Well, you can now start to get a sense of the depth of work that was involved in Bill's emotional sobriety. You know, he started to ask questions like, wow, I'm disturbed. What's going on here? Instead of blaming other people for his disturbance, he tried to take a look at himself. And look, this goes against a lot of our natural, or our first response to things, right? We're so conditioned to look outside of ourselves, to blame others, or we blame ourselves, not in a way that helps us get insight, that just makes us feel bad, which is the same thing. If you're blaming yourself or others, you're still not doing the work. What Bill did and how he got to where he's at is started to look at, I'm disturbed. What's going on here? What is causing my disturbance? How is this manifesting itself in my life? And he realized unconsciously he had so many fears. And these fears about not being loved and not being accepted and not belonging manifested themselves as compulsions and phony aspirations. Meaning that he overcompensated, right? He tried to control things so that he would be loved. He tried to control life so it would be the way that he wanted it to be. He tried to be perfect in whatever idealized way, in idiosyncratic way that meant for Bill. How can all of those things be brought in line with what he says we actually believe? I think brought in line with reality. And really get connected to a truer self, that is a self that balances individuality and togetherness, a self that honors self and others, right? That's really how we're made to be in this world. Well, how to convince our dumb and raging and hidden Mr. Hyde becomes our main task. That hidden Mr. Hyde is our king baby or queen baby. You can just think about it as that. This just showed you the depth of work that Bill was going through to get to where he went.
Yeah, he was definitely a seeker and a finder, and it continued for the balance of his life. Freud said the work of the human being is to make the unconscious conscious. Otherwise, we conclude that our life is a result of fate or people and circumstances, and we become a perennial victim. I mean, that's the heart of what we're doing here in emotional sobriety. That's the heart of what we do in the step work. That's the heart of what we do in the complementary therapy that we may or may not get. And that is that we're unpacking the unconscious. And that's my absolute experience with the inventory and the amends process. That kind of action begins to thaw me out internally so that the stuff that's the flotsam and jetsam of my background and my history begins to float up so that I can see it and deal with it. If I don't know it, I can't deal with it. If a doctor can't diagnose the problem, he can't give you the prescription. That's the whole point of both inventory and the process as well as therapy.
Right.
To get to the exact nature of what the problem is so that we can apply the solution to the problem, the proper solution. And each one of us is an individual, but we're not that unique. Oh my God, anybody who's heard more than 3 or 4 step 5 inventories knows, oh my God, these are just variations on a theme. And I'm sure, Dr. Berger, in the dynamic of your own therapy practice, you don't see 25 variations. You probably see 3 or 4.
That's right.
I've recently come to believe that this can be achieved. I believe so because I begin to see many benighted ones, folks like you and me, commencing to get results. Last autumn, depression, having no really rational cause at all, almost took me to the cleaners. I began to be scared that I was in for another long chronic spell. Considering the grief I've had with depressions, it wasn't a bright prospect. I kept asking myself, why can't the 12 steps work to release depression? By the hour, I stared at the St. Francis prayer. It's better to comfort than to be comforted. Here was the formula, all right. But why didn't it work?
So put a bookmark in there, and we're going to come back to that question.
Suddenly, I realized what the matter was. My basic flaw had always been dependence, almost absolute dependence on people or circumstances to supply me with prestige, security, and the like. Failing to get these things according to my perfectionist dreams and specifications, I had fought for them. And when defeat came, so did my depression.
So what Bill finally figured out, that his depression is what today we would call a reactive depression. He was reacting to the fact that things didn't go according to his specifications and perfectionistic dreams. He wanted things to go a certain way. He believed that things had to go that way if he was going to be all right. I like to say that his sense of self was based on the following idea, that I'm okay if things work out the way that I want them to work out. And there was no other possibility. That was an absolute in his mind. I'm okay if drove him to fight to get what he wanted. And when people or circumstances didn't yield to his will, didn't yield to his demands, when people didn't cooperate with his unreasonable demands, all he could do was feel defeated and be depressed. That's all he knew how to do. That was it. And then before, where would that go? When you hit that depression, what do we say? Self-pity and John Barleycorn are very close friends. You're going to pick up a bottle, man. You're going to drink. And of course you're going to drink because you're going to try to lick your wounds. You're going to try to soothe yourself. And and it's terrible. One of the things that we realize is that all of the things that we did to try to take care of ourselves made more of a problem. Not a very good solution, like running up to a fire with a bucket of gasoline. Not a good idea. You wouldn't do that if you were thinking about it. So he finally...
But addiction is the easier, softer way, in the sense that it's a very quick solution to the reduction of tension in our lives, whether that's alcohol, drugs, or food, or if it's a process addiction like pornography or work or exercise or relationships or sex. I mean, there's 110, I believe, maybe even more, 12-step fellowships dealing with very unique and specific addiction processes or substances. And this is the way human beings neutralize, or at least narcotize, the tension that's in our lives that becomes overwhelming. And for 5 minutes or 5 hours, we get some relief. It is true. But as you said, then prophetically, the solution becomes the problem.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because what you captured, you see Harry Tiebout, who was a psychiatrist who befriended Alcoholics Anonymous and had a very close relationship with Bill. And he worked with a lot of the first members of Alcoholics Anonymous in Connecticut. He was very close. A lot of his patients were from this group in Connecticut, which I think was like one of the first AA groups outside of New York and outside of Akron. And what he observed was, he says, He says, I've seen a very, very interesting dynamic. He says, in all of the alcoholics I've been treating, I see infantile aspects of their ego persist into adulthood. It's a great way of saying that we're all big babies, right? I mean, is what Dr. Tebow was addressing. And Herb just captured one of it. You see, as children, we operate with the pleasure principle. If it feels good, you do it. That's just how we're wired early on. And that, Freud called it our id, and the id was governed by the pleasure principle. As the id, as we get frustrated, now what happens is we're forced to develop a part of ourselves that can now delay gratification through our frustration. And now your ego develops. See, now an ego starts to come into place. But if you don't have that maturity and move towards that, then the ego becomes very much an extension of the id. And you don't get that maturity that Bill's talking about. And that's what, Herb, you just described that so well here. That's the problem. These ideas we have on how life is supposed to be, like I'm supposed to feel good all the time, that takes us to the gates of hell as an adult.
Yeah. Yeah, and Bill captures that. He had an intuitive sense about human development, maybe basic psychology. And that in step 6 and 7 in the 12 and 12, written in 1951, he talks about the rite of passage. He doesn't use that term, but he says the child becomes the adult in step 6 and 7, where you're taking responsibility for your character defects and the behavior that comes with it. You're taking responsibility.
Yeah, as an adult, I don't need everything to go my way. I just need to learn how to deal with what's going on to be okay. I don't need to demand that everything goes my way. But as a child, you could come in with my 2-year-old. I'll bring her in here and you can watch her for the next half hour. You're going to see at one point, she's going to demand that things go the way she wants. And if not, she's going to throw a fit about it. Well, a lot of us are still 2. I mean, my God, we haven't grown up, and that's okay. That's not to put yourself down or be ashamed of. It's just something to face and to start to deal with. But I love that Bill is doing that here. My basic flaw underneath all of this, the exact nature of our wrongs, my basic flaw had been this idea that everything had to be a certain way for me to be okay. That I would get my prestige security from you, not from me.
I've done workshops for the last 25 years with large groups of people, and it's my observation. It's not science, it's just anecdotal. It's my observation that about 30, maybe 40%, I think, of the people are perfectionists. I mean, they literally are. Some of them know it, most of them don't, that the criteria is never to make a mistake. And it is such a difficult challenge. I don't know if you want to comment on that, Dr. Berger, but it's just a huge issue as I see it displayed in my workshops.
Well, we will get into this, and this is as we go through this series. I'm so aware of the time and how we're running into your space on doing steps. So let me push through this. And then because I really want them to hear what you say about 10, 11, and 12, because those are they're
going to hear it. Not in the.
All right, well, good. Then I won't worry too much about it, but I do want to push us along a little bit further here.
That's right.
There wasn't a chance of making the outgoing love of St. Francis a workable and joyous way of life until these fatal and almost absolute dependencies were cut away. Because I had over the years undergone a little spiritual development, the absolute quality of these frightful dependencies had never before been so starkly revealed. Reinforced by what grace I could secure in prayer, I found I had to exert every ounce of will and action to cut off these faulty emotional dependencies upon people, upon AA, indeed upon any act or circumstance whatsoever. Then could I be free to love as Francis did. Emotional and instinctual satisfactions I saw were really the extra dividends of having love. offering love and expressing love appropriate to each relation of life.
Well, this is such an important part in terms of, there's 2 points that I just want to elaborate on a bit. So first of all, a lot of people are taken back or at least surprised that Bill said he had to cut off his dependency upon people and upon AA. You know, we're told early on in our recovery, I can't, but we can. That we need each other, and we do. The fellowship is so important. Our getting together in this community today and exploring this stuff becomes really important, us sharing our ideas and understandings and experiences with each other. So there's no question about it. But what he did here is he made a difference. He differentiated, is the word I'm going to use, between an unhealthy dependence or relationship with people and a healthy one. There's ways that we can be in relationship with others that are toxic. When we turn to them to do for us what we're not doing for ourselves, that's toxic. And Bill realized that if he's going to meetings to make the meeting feel better about him and he's not feeling better about himself and he's dependent on the meeting, then he has an unhealthy relationship with that meeting. Because all of a sudden, if that meeting no longer looks at him in that way, what happens to Bill? He's in trouble. Bill's on shaky ground, baby. When my recovery depends upon what you're doing, I've put myself on shaky ground. And that's what Bill realized, that the program is not to make us dependent or more dependent. It's to help us find what he called a true independence of spirit. A true independence of spirit. So he had to use every ounce of will and action to cut off these faulty emotional dependencies. So here's the other thing. He's exploding this idea that there's no room for willpower in recovery. There's definitely an important role that our will takes in recovery, is our commitment to starting to do things that are going to grow us along these lines. And it's going to take a lot of your will to keep yourself going down that path, because there's going to be a part of you that's going to want to avoid this stuff left and right. And you're going to need to hold yourself to task. And that's where your will can be useful. Going to that meeting when you don't want to, writing that 4th step when you want to avoid it, or a part of you wants to avoid it. So that's the first thing that I want to point out. The second thing is here he talks about having relationships that are appropriate to each relation of life. And this is where you can start to see his maturity. Instead of saying, I need everybody to like me, he now comes back to, certain people are going to like me, certain people aren't. Sometimes I'm going to feel security, sometimes I won't. Sometimes my relationship with my partner is going to be in sync and going to be working out, other times it's not. Having relationships that are appropriate to that relationship, meaning, coming back to what Herb and I are saying over and over again, being able to align yourself with the reality of what is going on at that point and not losing yourself in it. Having a balance between your individuality and your togetherness. And not demanding that you feel the same way about everybody. What did Robert Bly called it? The sibling society. We want to make everybody the same. Well, we're not all the same. I have an incredibly close relationship with Herb. There's other people I know in recovery. I don't have the depth of that relationship. And that's okay. I don't have to. But before I would feel guilty, it's like somehow you're supposed to feel the same way about everyone. That it's not okay for me to want what I want. Those kinds of things. But go ahead, Herb. You're going to say something.
And my problem, just a little bit opposite. I didn't feel guilty for anything. And now, now I need to feel a little bit of guilt. And it's okay. It's very healthy. When I'm robbing banks, I'm a bank robber. Yeah.
Not a good idea. That's right. It's so true, right? So when you're falling way out of the individuality side of this thing, and you're only thinking about yourself, of course, that's why it was so powerful when you got on your knees with Mary, and that you brought her into your life and operated with an awareness of what she needed.
Right.
and the connection she needed to have with you.
Yeah. And the acknowledgement on both of our parts in all humility that we did not have the power to create the solution to the problem that each of us had independently as well as interdependently, and that we needed, at least this was our thesis, we needed help from a power other than ourselves. But you know, everything that we're talking about, and this is the magic of one going over the letter as many times as we have and doing it together in a spontaneous way that we're doing it. But I'm seeing the resonance of and repetitive nature of that theme of independence and interdependence when he says there, freedom to love. That's the goal, freedom. Not a compulsion, not a should, not any mandate coming from the outside, but a freedom of choice. You talked about the willpower. That's what makes us uniquely and specially human, is that we have choice. All civilizations are based on that. And I see the third step, unfortunately, very misinterpreted, turn our will and our life over to God. Well, they left out a very key word. Turn our will and our life over to the care of God. We're not turning our will and our life over to God. We're in contradiction to reality. Self will run riot, instincts gone awry. And the whole point of step 3 is a commitment to turn with my will and take the actions of steps 4 through 9 so that I'm in alignment with reality. And I'll put another adjective or adverb, I'm not sure what the word is, on what you call the will as so important. It's a ferocious act of my free will to make a commitment to turn and then to do steps 4 through 9, which is the actual turning. Sure, I do a lot of work, but a spiritual awakening is it's done to me, not by me, but not without me. I make a decision to cooperate, to collaborate, and to partner with a power other than myself, to be defined, all right, to be in alignment with reality as it manifests.
Wow. Boy, this is so fun when we do this stuff, because I really see today the importance of the care of God, not to God. See, that's the alignment piece, isn't it?
That's it. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. I heard a phrase that's just going to challenge everybody, and is probably a subject for another day, but somebody said it in one of my workshops, and it just startled me because I'd never heard it before. God protects us from nothing and supports us in everything. It's kind of like you could almost feel the quiver in people's hearts and souls.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that comes back to discovering that faith in our ability to cope, isn't it?
And what is the nature of reality?
Yep. Right on. That's great.
If a volcano blows up, I'm going to get burned.
Yeah. Don't stand there praying. Get out of there fast. Right?
Yeah.
Plainly, I could not avail myself to God's love until I was able to offer it back to him by loving others as he would have me. And I couldn't possibly do that so long as I was victimized by false dependencies. My dependencies meant demand, a demand for the possession and control of the people and the conditions surrounding me. While those words, absolute dependence, may look like a gimmick, they were the ones that helped to trigger my release into my present degree of stability and quietness of mind, qualities which I am now trying to consolidate by offering love to others, regardless of the return to me.
So this is the formula Bill discovered, and it's just brilliant. I can't, I want to always give him an honorary PhD for this letter, because I think he deserves one. So here's where he put it together. He realized that his dependency generated these demands. Now it makes sense, because if my security, if my sense of being loved and is dependent on you, then I am going to generate a set of expectations We're going to call that set of expectations unenforceable rules. I'm going to generate a set of expectations about how you're supposed to behave because I'm trying to possess and control you. I have to possess and control the people and conditions surrounding me because my well-being, I erroneously believe that my emotional well-being is dependent on what happens. As Herb said, we become a victim of our lives when we don't realize this stuff. And so we walk around needing to possess and control everyone. So take a minute, and if you want to, you can either just say it to yourself silently or out loud or write it down on a piece of paper. I demand the possession and control of the people and conditions surrounding me. Just own that for a minute. I demand the possession and control of the people and conditions surrounding me. Say that. See if you can own it. See what happens when you declare that for yourself. Can you get honest with yourself to see how true that is? This is the first step towards emotional sobriety, is owning our dependence and what it does. And, you know, the way that Fritz Perls calls it is that change begins when I own that I am creating my existence. No one around me is creating it. I'm creating it by what I am doing. And try to own this a minute. I demand the possession and control of people surrounding me, because if they do what I want them to do, if things happen the way I want them to happen, I'll be okay. And if not, I won't.
The importance of that is that I have a story. And if people will do what is in harmony with my story, then I'll be okay. So I need to make an effort to have people and circumstances respond to my story rather than me respond to reality as it's manifesting in front of me. And there's where the rubber meets the road.
This seems to be the primary healing circuit, an outgoing love of God's creation and his people, by means of which we avail ourselves of his love for us. It's most clear that the real current can't flow until our paralyzing dependencies are broken, and broken at depth. Only then can we possibly have a glimmer of what adult love really is.
So when he says the real current can't flow until our paralyzing dependencies are broken, what it means is that when my life is governed by all these shoulds and expectations, then I'm never going to be spontaneous. I always have to check in with my sensor first. Is it okay for me to be this way? You know, or my should monster. You know, is it okay for me to act this way? Is it okay for me to share this? Is it okay for me to cry in front of 100 people? You know, those are things like that. If the should monster says no, then guess what? Can't do it. Even if I needed to do it, if I needed to cry, and I would be ashamed of crying, I won't cry. I'll stop myself from this organic need, this organic wisdom that moves me in the direction of what I need if I don't get in the way. See, there's a wisdom built into us that is almost, to me, when I consider it, it's mind-boggling. The incredible wisdom. If you want evidence of God, just pay attention to who we are as human beings, that you can regulate your temperature without a computer inside you, that Honeywell took years to develop a regulator just to regulate the temperature in a house, and they're still trying to perfect it. I mean, we are incredible. The wisdom that's inside of us and governing what we do at any given moment, and the millions of things that you are processing at this moment as you sit here with me. You know, you're a miracle. I'm a miracle. So if I've got all these shoulds and these expectations, I can't flow with what's really true. And once again, as a clinical psychologist, I'm trained to see, does someone move from now to the next? How do they move with that? If we're healthy, we follow what the emerging need is and take care of it. If I'm unhealthy, I'm interrupting my functioning all the time. So he really captures this. Then he talks about the adult love. Well, we gave you a preview of what that was earlier. Union with the preservation of integrity. It's where you balance your need for togetherness with your need to be your own person. You cooperate with integrity. You honor yourself and you honor your partner.
He talks about the healing circuit, and it captured my imagination, that term, because I didn't actually know what it meant in the context of his letter. And so I spent some weeks, months actually reviewing it in meditation, thinking about it and allowing it to bubble in me. And of course, what he mentions is the current. That's the energy, that's the power, that's the electricity. And you used the term, Alan, flow. That's reality. Reality's in flow, and we can't stop the flow, and literally we can't channel the flow. We have some influence, but very little control. And then you really emphasize just right now the term wisdom, and that's the heart of the Serenity Prayers I mentioned right at the beginning, that we need this wisdom that comes from making mistakes and doing corrective actions. The healing circuit, I wrote a reflection on, and we'll be sending it out to the participants within the next week or two, so that they can spend some time, if they choose to, on, in fact, going a little bit deeper with Bill's concept of this flow of energy. Thanks.
If we examine every disturbance we have, great or small, we will find at the root of it some unhealthy dependence and its consequent demand. Let us, with God's help, continually surrender these hobbling demands. Then we can be set free to live and love. We may then be able to gain emotional sobriety.
Well, we'll be getting into this more. I don't want to say too much of this or too much about this right now, but this is such an important protocol to unpack any disturbance you have. Herb is going to be talking about the spot check inventory in step 10. If you could take this formula, and I do have a chart that I made to facilitate unpacking a disturbance, and that's available on my website. It's called an Emotional Sobriety Inventory Form. You're willing to download it. I open source a lot of the stuff I do. There's a lot of free downloads on my website. So go download that, and there'll be, when we get into doing the steps later down the road, we'll be spending some time on how to really do this. So I don't want to say too much about this. Let's move on to the next one.
Of course, I haven't offered you a really new idea, only a gimmick that has started to unhook several of my own hexes at depth. Nowadays, my brain no longer races compulsively in either elation, grandiosity, or depression. I've been given a quiet place in bright sunshine.
So unhook is such a great image that Bill gives us. Our expectations and unenforceable rules, we try to hook and manipulate people into doing what we want them to do. Emotional sobriety is about letting go, unhooking people from our expectations, unhooking ourselves from our expectations, unhooking life from our expectations, so that we can now start to grow up and deal with life as it is instead of objecting to it. He talks about now that his mind no longer races compulsively in either elation, grandiosity, or depression. One result of emotional sobriety is that we operate with a quiet mind and a calm heart. I'll say it again, that we learn to quiet our mind and calm our heart, right? That's being balanced. That's being centered and grounded. So look, this is the end of our Unpacking Bill's letter. Let's take a 5-minute break while Herb prepares his slides for step 10, 11, and 12. And then I'll see you back just before we end today. All right.
The freedom you're talking about is another image I have, and that is we're puppets on a string of people and circumstances. We're puppet on a string of people and circumstances. And this process, both the therapeutic and the step process, cuts the strings so that, in fact, we're not puppets any longer. And I think you talk about not masters of our own fate, but you talk about something else there. You have a wonderful phrase about it, being in charge of your own responses and emotions. It'll come up, I'm sure. I'm going to put up some material here, make sure I get the right one. Yeah, that's the right one. Well, now you know. That's the cover to my second book. Today we're talking about emotional sobriety, and we're going to unpack that a little bit from what I call the primary tool of emotional sobriety, which is step 10. This is Pathetic Herbie. I saw this cartoon. Many of you have seen it if you've been exposed to any of my work. I saw it in a New Yorker magazine about 40 plus years ago. But it made such a imprint on me because of the second slide, which I'll show you in a minute, that I've used it now to capture what in a 12-step program we address as the current source of our suffering is our addiction. And then eventually the current source of our suffering, which is our unmanageability, as Dr. Berger mentioned at the beginning of our time together this morning. But Bill uses the word bondage of self, bondage of the addiction, first half of the first step, bondage of ourself in unmanageability, second half of the first step. More about that in a minute. So ask yourself the question. I want you to embody now and move your arms and your heart and your head in asking some questions, so that you participate actively in what we're talking about. We're asking this is a methodology that Bill Wilson taught me by reading and understanding and unpacking the big book. He asks profound questions at the beginning of a dialogue that he's going to have concerning step 1, about addiction and unmanageability. In step 2, about our beliefs. And in step 3, what does it mean to turn our will and our life over to the care of God? He asks a question and then gives us a profound unpacking. But first we have to have the question. Otherwise, the commentary has very little meaning, nothing to attach to. Ask yourself, is your life serial suffering? A daily burden? When you wake up, is it an exciting experience of unpacking a gift like Christmas, or is it, oh God, another day? Do I really believe my life can change? Of course, it's an academic question and almost unnecessary for this group. As I mentioned in the beginning introduction to the workshop, you are a select group of people who heard the invitation and responded. You're spending the time today, you spent some money to register. Obviously, you have some hope and belief that your life can change. The man I said who took me through the steps that first time in 1988 said, Herb, you have a lot of information, but very little transformation. And he quoted Einstein, the consciousness that created the problem cannot be the consciousness that solves the problem. He said, until you are willing to have an open mind and an open heart, to release the information and the experience that you've had up to this point, which is quite impressive, he said, but until you are willing to have a clean whiteboard, you'll never have any new information or new experience. And he introduced me to what's called the set-aside prayer. It's not an official prayer in any religious tradition, or certainly not in the 12-step circles. It's not official. It's just the words that I use to represent my intention. My intention is to have an open mind and open heart. My realization is I can't do that on my own. I need spiritual intervention. That's what this is. That's what this prayer is. It's not a prayer for me to set aside my knowledge and experience. It's a prayer to have it set aside. I'm assuming that we're all muted, and that if you're willing to pray, that you pray this prayer with me and you pray it out loud, or you pray it silently, or you don't pray it, or you use your own words to express your intention of having an open mind and an open heart. God, please set aside everything that I think I know about myself, my brokenness, my spiritual path, and you, for an open mind and a new experience with myself, my brokenness, my spiritual path, and especially you. My definition of spirituality is relationship, as Dr. Berger talked about. A relationship with reality, a relationship with myself, and a relationship with other people. That works totally as a model for our relationship with the 12-step process. Bill calls reality God or higher power, a power other than ourself. In the 12 and 12, he calls us to use the group as that power, if in fact you have any resistance to any of the vocabulary that's in the big book concerning this power, concerning steps 2 and 3. But he invites us in step 4 through 9 to the deflation of ego at depth. Dr. Berger quoted Thibault. This is a psychiatrist, a medical doctor with a psychoanalytical training. He was a therapist to Bill Wilson, Dr. Harry Thibault. He wrote some papers. Surrender, not compliance, concerning the 3rd step, probably. The 1st step, inevitably. The 1st step is about surrender. I give up in complete defeat. I don't use the word surrender for the 3rd step. The word surrender is not even in the big book. Many people don't know that. My editor has done a word search for the big book. Surrender is not in the big book. It's used inappropriately in the 3rd step. Dr. Berger talked about using my free will to make a decision. I talked about a ferocious use of my will to be in alignment. But then what are the obstacles to me to be in alignment? Some of them are genetic. Most of us as addicts are genetically predisposed. This is science now with regard to the alcoholic, and it's, I think, fairly traditional for science to at least suppose that many of the other addictions, process and substance, are genetically transferred. You might have noticed I'm a white male and I'm bald. That's not hard to notice. It's not my fault. My father, his father, his father, his father. I can go back 5 generations. White males and bald. It's genetic predisposition. All of us alcoholic. That's no accident. That was passed on biologically in the genetics. This is my story that I have to unpack in the 4th step. Now I have to take a look at the family of origin, whatever that. It might not be a natural family, depends on how and where and who raised us. But it formed our personality, or in many of our cases, deformed our personality. That's just reality. It's not right or wrong. It's just a fact. It's not fair or unfair. It's not should or should not. I saw a great use of the word the other day in this context, unfortunate. Many of our lives have been unfortunate, tragic, even criminal contribution to the maladaptation and the malformation of our personalities and our outlooks. And some of us have been damaged physically, PTSD, emotionally. And these are the experiences of early childhood or adolescence or early adulthood that form us. Notice these images. I believe they're called nesting dolls. They come from Russia as artifacts for us to have. And inside each doll is another doll that looks identical. This is so relevant to emotional sobriety. These are the ways that we're formed. These are the personas that we develop. Our education gives us another form of cover over this true self, this authentic self. One of my teachers calls it the core of goodness. I just love that term, the core of goodness. But notice, they're all the same on the outside, and the fourth step and 4 through 9 are the steps that unpack that so that we get to the sense of the true self, the higher self, the real self, the authentic self. I call it spiritual meaning. You don't have to use the word spiritual. Spiritual here just means reality. A relationship with reality, a relationship with myself, and a relationship with other people. Deflation of ego at depth. Dr. Tebow's the one that said, Bill got it right. The first 9 steps are for the deflation of the ego at depth, but the ego has an uncanny way of regenerating itself. The ego, that false self. I'm not talking about the healthy ego that the psychologists try to rehabilitate. No, I'm talking about the self that Bill talks about in the big book on page 62 as the exact nature of unmanageability, which has a behavioral description on page 52 in that second paragraph, those bedevilments. The exact nature on 62 says selfishness dash self-centeredness. That's what Bill was talking about in the letter. And what he talks about in the 4th step. Selfishness, self-centeredness is the root. Notice it's at the bottom, it's at the foundation. This is unmanageability, the second half of the 1st step. Bill's very clear in the big book, alcohol or addiction is not our problem. Oh, let's be real. Alcohol, substance, drugs and food, addiction, process addiction, these are problems, but Bill's very clear. They're symptoms of the real problem. We have a relationship problem. A relationship with reality, a relationship with ourselves, and a relationship with other. A relationship with reality with a capital R in the assumptions of the big book. This is the foundation. The root is the self-centeredness. The fruit of the root is our emotional reaction based on our biological reaction, as I mentioned earlier, of fight, resentments, anger, held, resentire, sentire, Latin for to feel again, re, meaning over and over and over again. Fear. Fight is the instinct to confront. Flight is the instinct to run. Fear. Freeze is the instinct to hide. Dishonesty, camouflage, secrets, guilt, and shame. These are all the manifestations of our dishonesty. It's a survival instinct. It's an unhealthy coping mechanism or strategy. I put sex in that category because it's the outcome of a dishonest approach to a relationship with another to get what I want, no matter who I hurt, or what I do to get it. I'm giving you this chart because it's the basis of step 10, of course. Step 10 is a repetition of steps 1 through 9. Step 10, I believe, is the tool for emotional sobriety. Step 10 is the recognition that by the time I finish the 9th step, I have found freedom. Notice this is the second cartoon. That first cartoon was Pathetic Herbie in jail. I've still got the bars in front of me, but look at it. Look at it. There's no ceiling, there's no floor, there's no walls, there's just Pathetic Herbie holding the bars in front of his face, not knowing that he has the choice and the freedom to put down the bars. Until I do. Steps 1 through 9, especially steps 4 through 9, allow me to understand that I am fully responsible with my act of free will and asking for help. I can put down those prison bars. The prison bars are like the cinder blocks of a wall that I built. The cinder blocks of a wall that I built to protect myself, to survive over time till I was 18 or 21 or longer if I don't have any awakening. I build the cinder blocks as a survival wall to protect me. And at some point I discover it's not a survival wall, it's a prison wall. And if I do steps 1 through 9, I have a spiritual awakening. That's the promise of the big book, pages 84 and 85. And I enter the world of the spirit. I've been given freedom from my addiction. Bill says it. I'm given freedom from my addiction. I'm placed in a position of neutrality. I have recovered my body and my mind. I don't have a body problem because the allergy isn't stimulated because I'm not using any substance or process. I've been put in a position of neutrality. My mind is protected because I live in a spiritual shield. I've been rocketed into a 4th dimension, an immaterial dimension. The first 3 dimensions, of course, are height, width, and depth, like 3-dimensional movie, 3D movie. We put on glasses so that we can see the depth perception that the movie maker intended. That 4th dimension is an immaterial dimension, is an invisible, is non-physical. We call it in the big book, the world of the spirit. Physical sobriety is the prelude, of course, to emotional sobriety. Bill says we're not cured. Dr. Berger talked about unmanageability as the human condition. My will is not free with regard to addiction. That's very clear. When I engage in my addiction, I lose control. One of 2 components that tells me I'm an addict. When I engage in my addiction, substance or process, I lose control. Maybe not every time. Sometimes I'm a periodic addict. Sometimes I'm a chronic addict. Each of us is different. My wife was chronic, I was periodic. Both of us absolutely defined as addicts. When we started, we lost control. And that's not the problem, because we stopped regularly. Staying stopped was the problem. Our mind was subject and vulnerable to the obsession. This is so fundamental, necessary for us to understand emotional sobriety, to understand having a decent life, to understand becoming authentically human. We're rocketed into the 4th dimension so that we have a relationship with the light. We're in orbit around the light, but we're not cured. We're in orbit around the light. We've been placed in a position of neutrality. We have a spiritual shield, but as being in orbit, we need to practice steps 10, 11, and 12. We're not cured. We have a daily reprieve based on the spiritual condition. We'll talk more about that in just a minute. another question at the level of assuming that you have abstinence. And I don't know whether that's a day or a week, a month or a year or a decade or more. It doesn't matter. Do you have a sense of well-being? This is the key now. We're not talking about addiction. We're not talking about abstinence. Addiction and what comes of that are symptoms of the problem, according to Bill. Symbols of the problem, according to the big book. The real problem is unmanageability. The real problem is a spiritual malady. The real problem is that we don't have an effective or authentic relationship with reality. Do I have a sense today, after my addiction has gotten behind me, I have some traction in abstinence? Do I have a sense of well-being today? Do I have a sense of contentment today? Or as the doctor's opinion said, am I restless, irritable, and discontent? Restless, irritable, and discontent is a description of the unmanageability, the spiritual malady. Emotional sobriety is based on sobriety. That is abstinence. 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, 1 decade. This is what we've been talking about in terms of human development. I don't mean to give you any type of a lecture on brain science. I couldn't do it if I wanted to, but I understand the basics. I have 3 brains. The brainstem at the base of the neck, at the base of the head, the brainstem for physical survival, controlling my biological instincts, fight, flight, and freeze. How they then get filtered in mammals in a limbic system, that second brain for emotional survival, fight, flight, and freeze. But we have what makes us specifically human, a cortex and a neocortex. This is where the functions are for knowing and deciding. These are the 2 functions that make us specifically human, to know better and to do better. In the program, we're taught that sometimes we need to do better in order to know better and in order to feel better. It's a reciprocal relationship. It's interesting from my standpoint. I'm fairly analytical, as most of you who know me know. And when I look at the steps after 3 journeys through the steps and trying to understand the context and the dynamic of the steps, all of the even steps are knowing steps, and all of the odd steps are deciding and action steps. The step process is built specifically for the development of human behavior, for us to become truly human, authentically human. Are we spiritual beings trying to have a human experience, or are we human beings trying to have a spiritual experience? Great questions I heard in the rooms, or I've read in books. Great questions. Am I a human being trying to have a spiritual experience? I was in the monastery. I left because I didn't have that experience. Or am I a spiritual being trying to have a human experience? I went into therapy. I came into AA. I really didn't find in either what I was looking for. When I did these steps, and I saw that phrase, and I took it into meditation over a long period of time, as I do most conundrums that I confront, questions that I want to think about and resolve. One of my teachers is Richard Rohr, R-O-H-R. He's a Franciscan priest. He said, we ask a question, and we hold the question unanswered in the milieu of prayer. And we allow, in a process of meditation, for the question to bubble, to percolate. so that we're taken to a place we don't even know exists. We're given an answer over a period of time in terms of either thinking about it or feeling about it or an awareness. We're delivered to a place we didn't even know existed. That's the whole point of the set-aside attitude and the set-aside prayer. To be delivered to a place that I didn't know existed, to be delivered to a place that I can't get to on my own. I regularly say, I can't get here from there, and yet here I am. My definition of a spiritual awakening is a change in the way we think and feel and behave, and it's done to us, not by us. I added recently, but not without us. Emotional sobriety is finding that balance, as we've talked about all morning, still morning. Balance, harmony, alignment, integration. These are all words that we use as symbols of and symptoms of and synonyms for emotional sobriety. The problem is, as Dr. Thibault says, we have a problem of falling asleep. As I've seen it now, I have lenses through which I look that are distorted. Notice my beliefs on the screen is in a different color. When I look through those lenses, and if they're not refracted carefully, my perception will be distorted. I can never know reality as it is. Let's get really clear, because I will also always see reality as I am. I can never see, never. My lenses can never be refracted sufficiently that I will see reality as it is objectively. And I've learned also, I'm not a scientist, but I read stuff. And one of the credible books said, even when a researcher that does a lot of statistical studies, he said, even when we look at something, we can't see it objectively. And when we look at it, the very looking at it changes it. Oh my God. And the way I look through the lens connects to my emotions, which are disturbed. And Bill says it in the 12 and 12 in step 10. It's a spiritual axiom. Anytime I'm disturbed, there's something wrong with me. My God, I didn't like that. Second year of sobriety, I was reading the 12 and 12, and I came across that in step 10. It's a spiritual axiom. I hadn't done a fourth step yet of any value. I had done an autobiographical fourth step in my first year. I didn't do the steps with any direction. I did them on my own. I don't suggest that. At 4 years of sobriety, I engaged a step guide. My sponsor didn't know much about the big book or the step process. I didn't know that because I was new. I didn't know that he didn't know. I did the best I could, and I think that willingness was what kept me around, to do the best I could, thinking it was the best I could, but by any standards later on, it wasn't the best I could, but it was the best I could. I think you get the subtleties of that. When I look through the lens that are distorted, I see reality distorted, but I don't know it's distorted because that's the only reality I can see. I can't see the lens through which I'm looking because those are the lenses through which I'm looking. And it creates my emotions, which are then disturbed because reality doesn't match up to my story, my shoulds, my expectations, my unenforceable rules. A Russian philosopher said, all human beings are asleep, dreaming that they're awake. Oh my God. I love succinct wisdom sayings like that. All human beings are asleep, dreaming that they are awake. And we need to wake up. Those bedevilments I mentioned at the beginning of this conversation about emotional sobriety with me, I said unmanageability is described on page 52 of the big book. The term bedevilment is in that second paragraph. The man said, who took me through the work the third time, change in each sentence, the sentence to a present tense and personal pronoun. I am having trouble with personal relationships. Put it into a question for yourself. Are you? Do you have a trouble with a significant relationship currently or in the past, meaning within the last year? Do you have relationship problems with parents or siblings or children or sponsors or sponsees or bosses or coworkers or subordinates? Do you have any trouble with personal relationships today? I'm not talking about yesterday. I'm certainly not talking about when you were in your addiction, assuming that you're not today. You may have been yesterday, but today I'm assuming that you're here and you're not in your addiction, unless you are, and that's fine. I'm welcome. I can't control my emotional nature. I have fits of anger, spontaneous fear, overwhelming guilt and shame in the unhealthy connotation. There is healthy guilt and shame, but we're talking about unhealthy guilt and shame that diminishes us and fakes and allows us to assume a role of not fitting in and not being enough and not being worthy and not having value. I am a prey to misery and depression. P-R-E-Y. Misery and depression are eating my lunch on a daily basis, on a chronic basis. I can't make a living. Well, when I was doing this in 1994, I have had a wonderful professional career of 42 years. And at that time, it was 25 years. So I said, well, how does that apply to me? And I take it into meditation, as I mentioned before. And the wee small voice, that tiny whispering sound, that's the proper translation, by the way. You hear it said, wee small voice, that's an incorrect interpretation, translation. The actual translation, as I understand it anyway, is the tiny whispering sound, much more subtle. That's why we get quiet. That's why we listen. A sound, a thought, a feeling, an awareness, a sensation, an imagination, and a memory all goes into the guidance mechanism called meditation. I can't make a living. And that tiny whispering sound said to me, that satisfies you, Herb. And it went on and it got louder because you're a bottomless pit. You're a black hole. There's not enough recognition or money or power or prestige or pleasure, is there, Herb? I mean, it was really loud and it was very clear as I'm saying it to you in my meditation at 10 years of sobriety. I had been given the gift of that set-aside prayer, that set-aside attitude. And I was approaching this after having 2 previous spiritual awakenings, going through the steps in 1988 at 4 years of sobriety, and again in 1991 at 8 years of sobriety. Having different spiritual awakenings, but really waking up. And I thought I came into the steps this third time fully awake and not knowing what to expect, but the set-aside prayer took me to a place and delivered me to an experience that I didn't know was even possible. I have a feeling of uselessness. I am full of fear. Notice present tense, personal pronoun. I am unhappy. It's really part of the reasons that I was going through the steps this third time at 10 years of sobriety. I was restless, irritable, and discontent, quoting again from the doctor's opinion. That's really the symptomatic response to unmanageability. I can't seem to be of real help to other people. Well, I took that into meditation on the raw basis of that statement. Because again, I said, I studied to be a missionary Catholic priest, all about helping people. I studied to be a psychologist, did all the work of therapy and education to become a psychologist. I never did become one. Alcohol made sure that I took lots of left turns as I had valued them in the past. I see right now that all they were was opportunities being developed to make me and give me the competencies that I have now to communicate a path so that people can reduce and eliminate the suffering in their lives and have lives that flourish, have lives that are emotionally mature and sober, have lives that are balanced, have lives that flourish. But at that time, when I was asking those questions, I'm now in 10 years in a 12-step program, and I'm helping other people. How does this apply to me? I can't be of real help to other people. And the tiny whispering sound said quite loudly and clearly, Herb, you don't really care about other people. You want the reputation of helping people. That was really humiliating, leading to humility, right sizing. And I saw at the same time, I'm in therapy with Dr. Berger, actually, and he's pointing out my untreatable narcissism. If you ever look up in the DSM, the 9 characteristics of narcissism, Dr. Berger kindly said, the only thing missing, Herb, is your picture. Irredeemable, irremediable. It can't be fixed. It can't be changed by therapy and or medication. At that time, I asked him how bad it was. And in a scale of 1 to 10, he said, you're a 7.5, and we put 10s in prison. 10 years later, after that encounter, for lots of reasons which are not relevant today, we got together to begin as colleagues doing this work of trying to help people together using our backgrounds and our experience. And I said, remember that conversation, scale of 1 to 10, 7.5, 10s go to prison. I said, so what's your evaluation now? He said, you're about 2.5. He said, the work that you've done in the spiritual realm, the realm of the spirit, in the 4th dimension. He didn't say all of those words. I'm using my vocabulary. He said, that's what has modified this irremediable character defect, this diagnosable personality disorder. He said, you need to watch and be careful for, because as Dr. Thibault said, the ego has an uncanny way of regenerating itself. But never let your concern get in the way of your ministry of helping people. This is our way of life, step 10. When I'm disturbed, I know from doing step 4 that it's those 4 horsemen that we saw in the diagram I put up earlier. Selfishness being the root, and the fruit of the root being dishonesty, fear, and resentment. Survival instincts. I'm not judging them negatively. I'm observing them. These are the behaviors. These are the reactions. These are the emotions that are my automatic survival instincts. Well, Bill Wilson in the big book, and this is the tool now, the primary heart of the matter of at least the part that I want to talk about relevant to emotional sobriety. Bill says, first we pray. We pray because we're powerless. But next we discuss it with somebody. Oh, I pray because I'm powerless, but I discuss it with somebody because I'm human. Am I a human being seeking a spiritual experience, or a spiritual being seeking a human experience? And my answer was yes. Yes, it's 2 sides of one coin. Obviously, if I'm disturbed, I'm going to be disturbing other people. Well, it's obvious to me, and it's obvious to anybody who's been within the radius of my being disturbed, because they're collateral damage. I was not concerned about that until I was, thanks to the step process and good therapy. I made an amends and I corrected my behavior. That's one side of amends. And I repaired the damage that my behavior caused. And now I operate on the principle of how can I help? I used to use the word service for step 12. I don't anymore. In my meditation, again, the tiny whispering sound said, Herb, service is too fancy a word. It's too sophisticated a word. You need to use something much more simple to get your attention and lenses through which you can look more simply. How can I help? And I became then very aware that that word is the mantra throughout the big book, instructions pages 1 to 164. How can I help? We're going to tell you what we did. It's not going to tell you what we read or thought about or imagined or wrote about or prayed about. No, we're going to tell you what we did, how we can help. That turning, that is a commitment in the third step. That turning, which is a commitment in the third step. That turning, which is the promise of the process of steps 4 through 9. A turning from self-centeredness to other-centeredness. Well, what does it look like if, in fact, I turn and I'm in alignment and I use this process when I'm disturbed and I become undisturbed? The results will be, and this isn't in the big book or the 12 and 12, but it's the logical alternative to the words in the far left column. Resentment based on anger held, is anger released? I looked up the word forgiveness in a dictionary. A decision to release. That's all it is. Look at my hand. A decision to release. I have a 3-page meditation on forgiveness. I'll send that out also so that you can see that. It's in some of my web material, but I'll send it out to save you the effort of looking for it. It's very dense. I've added to it the observations from a scientist, Fred Luskin. He and I were asked to do a panel 30 years ago. I read his book, had just come out, Forgive for Good. It was the reworking of his doctoral thesis. He's a clinical psychologist at Stanford, a professor at Stanford, and he did his doctoral dissertation on forgiveness. And then he converted it into a book so that we could benefit from his research, Forgive for Good. The panel went well. He talked about forgiveness from a psychological standpoint. I talked about forgiveness from the spiritual 12-step standpoint. And afterwards, I was in the wings talking to him about our experience, and because we both had a good experience with it. And I was telling him how much his book helped me. And he said, yeah, he said, you 12-steppers, you spiritual people, you have a real advantage though. All right, what's that, Fred? He said, you have God. You have a power other than yourself. As a scientist, I can't bring that component into the process, but it really puts it on steroids. A human process of psychological development can be codified in his book, but there's a component that's codified in our book where we add the ingredient of a higher power, and it becomes extremely effective, knowing that I have some responsibility, but that it's not all up to me, that I can ask for help in the fourth dimension, the spirit of the universe. Bill talks about that on page 14 at the top of the page. Simple, but not easy. A price has to be paid. It means the destruction of self-centeredness. So he's talking about unmanageability there as the turnaround, the destruction of self-centeredness. I must turn, he said, continuing that quote on page 14. I must turn in all things to the Father of light who presides over us all. It's a synonym. for this power other than ourselves, whatever it is that you make up your mind it is, and we trust it. On page 68, he said, the antidote to fear is trust. It's a reciprocal relationship, like a teeter-totter. Look at my hands. If I have fear, I don't have trust. If I have trust, I don't have fear. But it's a reciprocal relationship. It's not an exclusive relationship, one or the other. It's not black and white. The more trust I have, the less fear I have. Trust of myself, trust of the process, trust of a power other than myself, trust in the universe. The less fear I will have. If I have the fear and it's disturbing me, Bill says acknowledge it, understand it, talk about it. That's the 10th step. In the final analysis, you're powerless over it, so pray. Underneath each step, underneath each component of each step, is the recognition of our powerlessness, meaning I can't bring it over the goal line on my own power. The promises on after step 5 on page 75 said walking hand in hand with the spirit of the universe. What a great poetic, mystical metaphor. Walking hand in hand with the spirit of the universe. The obvious antidote to dishonesty is honesty. My sponsor very early on said, call me every day. And I said, okay, I'll do that because you want me to. But what will we talk about? He said, I want you to talk about how you're thinking, feeling, and behaving. Tell me specifically on a daily basis how you're thinking, feeling, and behaving. And he knew that I needed to have an accountability partner and that would help me from a human standpoint to become more of a human being myself. He said, I want you to become transparent. That's what honesty means. I said, well, what does that mean? Transparency. I want your insides and your outsides to match. I said yes, but I had no idea what he was talking about. With all my education and now with some sobriety, I had no idea what he meant by insides and outsides matching. Today I do. I've chosen the word love. It's a hackneyed term, meaning it's lost its meaning and its juice in most of our conversations because we apply it in so many different circumstances. I love coffee. I love my dog. I love my wife. I love my kids. I love my grandkids. I love the work. I love helping other people. I love feeling good. I love taking a walk. I love the view from my balcony. I've just used love in, 10 or 12 different connotations, and each one of them is different, meaning different. What does unconditional love mean? That's a challenging term. I think that it only represents that dynamic coming from a power other than ourselves in the fourth dimension, the power of spirit. Because if it is, IT, capital I, if it is infinite. Never had a beginning, never had an end. Well, because I'm not, I am finite. I have had a beginning, I have an end. I can't even comprehend the word infinite. But if it is unconditional because it doesn't have any conditions. As Thomas Merton said, he's was a Trappist monk, died in 1968, wrote many, many books, probably a prophet and a mystic. He said, God is that reality that has no circumference and whose center is everywhere. It's kind of like a koan. You need to embrace it. Kind of like God protects us from nothing and supports us in everything. What? God is that reality which has no circumference and whose center is everywhere. What? And yet, once you sit with it and allow it to have its way with you, you have a new understanding and relationship with steps 2 and 3. And you have a new relationship with what Bill said on page 14. We must turn in all things to the Father of light who presides over us all. That transcendence, $100 word, look it up. In contrast to this spirit that is internal to us and can only be found deep down inside of us on page 55. An answer to the questions on page 45. Where and how are we going to find this power? Think honestly, search diligently, search fearlessly, deep down inside. And that's the only place you're going to find this power. And he reinforces it in Appendix 2. A spiritual awakening, a spiritual experience. What is it? How are they the same and how are they different? And he says there, an unsuspected inner resource. So in my pursuit of really trying to understand love and what it means, and in the terms of a power other than myself, and the terms unconditional love, I looked up several words, but the one that really helped me the most, and it may be helping you, is altruism. Bill uses the word in the big book, altruism. I looked it up. Doing something for the benefit of somebody else with no possible benefit for yourself. Bingo. That's unconditional love. With no conditions, no personal benefit. I don't have any ego in it, theoretically. I always have ego in it. But theoretically, I'm attempting to be as detached from it as possible. Doing a benefit for somebody else with no possible benefit for myself. The founder of Homeboy Industries, Greg Boyle, is a Jesuit priest, and he wrote a book called Tattoos on the Heart. It'll fill your heart with the stories of having a place where people in the gangs in East LA young men and women can come into an environment that gives them a sense of rehabilitation of their self-respect and their ability to contribute to society. And in that book, he said, perhaps God created humans so humans could enjoy it. Wow, I love stuff like that. Perhaps God created humans. Don't let the words get in your way of the underneath reality of the possibility. Perhaps God created humans because God thought they would enjoy it. You see on page 53, Bill knew all of that. He was a prophet, he was a mystic in his own way. Flawed human being like the rest of us. But he says on page 53, God is or God isn't. God is everything or God is nothing. God is everything or there is no God. God is or God isn't. What is your choice? You see, that's the magic of step 2. That's the silver bullet. You get to decide your concept and your relationship in step 3. What relationship do you yearn for? These are the tools of emotional sobriety. In the big book, it's very clear. In the 12 and 12, it's even clearer. And Dr. Berger referred to it. In the 12 and 12, Bill calls step 10 a spot check inventory. On the spot. It's not done in writing and it's not done at night. That's not its intent. We did a step 4 inventory in which we took full responsibility for our actions and the impact of our actions. In step 4, we take full 100. I don't have a part in my resentment. Please hear me. I do not have a part in my resentment. I have the whole thing. My resentment comes from me 100%. It never comes from people or circumstances. Those are just the stimuli of my reaction. The stimuli is not the problem. My reaction is the problem, 100%. So on the spot, when I'm disturbed, I take the actions of praying and discussing and amending, repairing the damage. And then he says very insightfully, we turn our thoughts to helping somebody else. He doesn't actually say that we help anybody. But as an intuitive person, he knows that if we're thinking in the direction of helping, eventually we will be helping. That's the turning that we talked about. That's the turning that I signaled. When I'm disturbed, I'm at cross purposes with the flow of reality. This is the flow. This is reality. This is how it manifests. A unilateral flow. And I have free will, and I can choose to go against the flow. The major indication of going against the flow is doing the addiction dance, that cyclical suicide that makes us suffer and those around us and eventually kills us. And the turning that is signaled in step 3 and committed to taking the actions of steps 4 through 9 is the turning to put me in alignment with. You see, it's like the step 10 is like the GPS. I have a car. I own the car. I have insurance on the car. I know how to drive the car. I have the keys. I know where I want to go. When I get in the car, I don't know how to get there. So I put into my GPS, whatever that is for you. Every one of us probably has some form of a GPS. The address. And if I listen to the GPS and follow the directions specifically, I will get to where I'm going. It's a perfect metaphor for step 10. GPS, God Positioning System. It's a tool that I wear with me for my entire conscious day. From the morning I get up to the night I go to sleep, I keep step 10 like my phone next to me. And when I'm disturbed, I can open up the app and I can pray and I can discuss and I can amend and I can turn my thoughts to helping somebody right there on the spot. I think that's the whole point. Step 11 has its own inventory. In step 10 and the 12 and 12, Bill does get a little confused in his directions, I believe, and that's where some of the confusion, I believe, has come in the rooms. But step 11 has its own inventory. When you read pages 85 to 88, when we retire at night, we ask a whole bunch of questions. That's the inventory. So we have 3 inventories. Step 4, the mother of all of them, the platform from which we develop some type of conscience and personal responsibility. That's emotional sobriety. And then step 10, when we're disturbed during our conscious navigating of the whitewater of life, that's the step 10 inventory on the spot. And then at night, because if I'm disturbed, I might be so disturbed, I don't know I'm disturbed until I have some quiet at night and I take a look at my day and I go, oh, I missed that one, a radar sweep. And I see a blip on the radar screen and I take care of it at night. Or in the morning, the man who took me through the steps said he couldn't do a step 11 at night. It got him all stirred up as he remembered the transactions of the day. So he didn't do it at night. He incorporated that in the morning when he did his upon awakening. He did inventory first to see if there was something that he needed to clean up today from yesterday. And then he did his morning meditation, his upon awakening meditation practice. Pretty amazing stuff. Recognizing our humanity, but wearing this cloak of spirituality loosely, not rigidly. What does it look like, emotional sobriety? We talked a lot. We've used a lot of words. We've used a lot of synonyms. I like behavior. My feet tell me who I am. My behavior tells me what my character is. My behavior and my feet tell me what my principles are, what my beliefs are. The turning that Bill talks about, the turning that the big book talks about, the turning that the steps talk about is from the disease to at easeness. The book promises abstinence. In some process addictions, probably moderation, probably in the food addiction area. I don't have any experience. I have some exposure and some knowledge about it. probably the most difficult addiction there is, the food addiction, because we eat 1, 2, 3, 4 times a day. That's why I have the term abstinence and or moderation there, depending on the situation. But the big book promises neutrality. Those are not just throwaway poetic terms. That's a concrete promise. Neutrality. We don't put our hand on the hot stove. I don't have an inclination to use, I am not using. I haven't had an inclination since February 21st, 1984, as I mentioned in the opening comments. My anger has been turned into a process of forgiveness and a life of love. That is, how can I provide help, certainly to my family, but more broadly to the world around me, to reduce the suffering. The antidote to fear is trust. The antidote to inappropriate sexual behavior is behavior based on principles. Step 9 changed my life, 1988. Step 9. Step 4 in the sex inventory, the 9th question. What should I have done instead? Up till then, I had been guided by outside religious principles or cultural principles or the principles that agreed upon by my wife and I, or not agreed upon by me, just her. Principles outside of me. But when I did the sex inventory in step 4 from the big book, page 69, that 9th question is, what should I have done instead? And I was able to identify principles in me that I have or wanted to have. Perhaps I didn't have them, but I wanted to have them in order to be a decent human being as well as a faithful husband. The antidote to dishonesty, rigorous honesty, page 58. He spends several sentences and a couple paragraphs talking about what does that mean, rigorous honesty. How does it work is the title of the chapter. Rigorous honesty is at the heart of the matter. Transparency, having our outsides and our insides match. No secrets, transparency. We're as sick as our secrets. You hear it in the rooms. That's deep wisdom. That's not just a throwaway line to make us feel guilty. That's deep wisdom. It's the litmus test of our spiritual authenticity. Guilt and shame, as I've mentioned, unhealthy, we get free of. We might need professional help as a supplement to the step process to learn about what does it mean, healthy self-worth versus unhealthy self-esteem. A book that I read on self-esteem indicated that if you want self-esteem, do esteemable things. Oh my God, could it be that simple? Yeah, actually it is. Our behavior will modify our brains. We did not know that 20 years ago. Literally, biologically, our synapses will fire differently and then wire accordingly. Synapses that fire together, wire together. Dan Siegel, UCLA, psychiatrist, done a lot of work in brain research. Read his book, Mindsight. It will introduce you to him and his work. Mindsight, S-I-E-G-E-L. Spiritual teachers have known it for 5,000 years and written about it. What they say is, knowing better doesn't mean you do better. Feeling better doesn't mean you do better. But when you do better, you will know better. When you do better, you will feel better. It's counterintuitive and it's countercultural. It's not what we know and it's not how we feel. As addicts, that's just like doesn't make any sense at all. But if you have experienced and helpful sponsorship, they'll tell you it doesn't matter what you think and know. It doesn't matter how you feel, what your emotions are. It does matter what you do. And when you do differently, you will know differently and feel differently. Acts contrary. Acts contrary. See, these are choices. Gerald May, and he's got several books, Spirituality and the Spirit and Addiction, Grace and Willingness. I may not got the titles right. Gerald May, M-A-Y. He coined this phrase, at least as I've seen it, willfulness, that's the disease of unmanageability, using my free will incorrectly, and willingness, using my free will correctly and in a healthy way. The turning from willfulness to willingness. This is the turning that's indicated in the 12-step process. This is the turning that is indicated in healthy therapy. This is the turning that's indicated in healthy relationships or healthy religion. The proper use of my will. Dr. Berger suggested it at the beginning. I suggested it in step 3. A ferocious act of my will. Bill captured it on page 53. It's not a choice about my addiction, and it's not a choice about my unmanageability. Those are two components that are under step 1, powerless. I don't have a choice. We become brain dead to that word, powerless. Use another word, no choice. No choice with regard to my addiction. When I start, I cannot stop. When I stop, I cannot stay stopped. But no choice with regard to unmanageability. My will on its own power will always choose me. That's its internal defect. In the same way my body does not process alcohol correctly, my mind does not process reality correctly. And my will always choose me on its own power. Selfishness - self-centeredness, exclamation point, page 62. And at the end of that second paragraph, he says, we can't even reduce it much, this self-centeredness. We can't even reduce it much by willing or trying on our own power. That's the wooden stake in the heart. That's the invitation to step 2. And Bill says on page 53, God is or God isn't, what is your choice? Oh, my will and the proper use of my will is not with regard to my addiction. My will and the proper use of my will is not relevant to unmanageability. My will and the proper use of my will is God or no God, power or no God, power or no power. And Bill said it in a different context in a conversation about the traditions. He said, we don't need any discipline. We don't need any laws. We don't need any rules. We don't need any regulations. There are only 2 disciplines in Alcoholics Anonymous. There are only 2 disciplines for addicts, no matter whether you're alcohol or not. There are only 2 disciplines. One is God, and one is your addiction. You're either going for one or you're going for the other. In very poetic terms, you're either going for the darkness or you're going for the light. And there's no resting.
Herb, let me jump in here at this point and just check where you are with your slides.
I'm about ready to wrap it.
Okay, fantastic. Because then we'll have a little break and then we'll come back and we'll define emotional sobriety and then we'll open it up to question and answers.
Great. Yep. I'm going to go through this. I wanted to have you get a real sense of, at least this is my interpretation of our humanity and emotional sobriety. Is my will out of alignment or is my will in alignment with reality? Our way of living is a spiritual way of life, a relationship with other, and a relationship with others. Steps 11 and step 12. I call it spiritual sobriety, but it's probably the other side of emotional sobriety. I'm going to skip over the meditation. I've done a workshop on meditation, which you can go to YouTube and listen to. It's a 3-hour workshop. Meditation is directed thinking to become a lantern. The changes I've mentioned is the spiritual awakening, is the promise of the 12th step, the way we think and feel and behave, and it's done to us, not by us, but not without us. Many components to a 12-step program. The most important one is sponsorship, a teacher or a mentor. Most teachers of any tradition or human development or spiritual path talk about having a path. There are 3 components: having a path, having a teacher, and having a community. In the 12-step fellowship, we have certainly all 3 of them. Lighting the path for others, that's the step 12 invitation. We become lanterns in order to light the path for others. But it's like the dimmer switch. It goes up a notch at a time: physical sobriety, emotional sobriety, spiritual sobriety. But Dr. Berger and I talk about the disintegration also. It's like that dimmer switch going down a notch at a time. Not cured daily reprieve. Allowing our resentments and our fear and our secrets and our dishonesty, especially manifest in sexual behavior, unhealthy, and the obsession returns. And we're back in our addiction. The dimmer switch goes up a notch at a time, a step at a time, a day at a time. It goes down a notch at a time, a step at a time, a day at a time. Becoming a lantern, lighting the path. This is our way of life: clearing the channel in step 10, filling the channel in step 11, and emptying the channel in step 12. Bill calls it our way of living. We call it emotional sobriety. Dr. Berger.
Well, I just wanted to share a definition of an emotional sobriety, just so that it kind of puts everything together, kind of brings it all together, and then we're going to open up the room for questions and answers. So let me just share my screen one more time here. So Herb was talking about Ernie Larson before, and he wrote 2 books on stage 2 recovery, and then stage 2 relationships. And this is a quote from his second book. He goes, "Dealing with the mountain of living is what stage 2 recovery is all about." Well, we could easily say that it's also what emotional sobriety is all about. It is about getting on with life by facing those patterns, habits, and attitudes that control your life, and which, for perhaps the first time, you're clear-headed, sober, or emotionally sound enough to face. And that's the important thing here, is that it does take courage to do this kind of work, because, you know, I say all the time, only the best in you can see the worst in you. But you have to be in touch with the best in you to be able to do that and to be able to see that. So let's just look at a definition real quickly of emotional sobriety, and then we'll open this thing up to questions for everybody. So this has been a working definition that's been unfolding over the years that Herb and I have been doing these workshops. I say that emotional sobriety is a mental state in which you do not react to our changing emotions as though they were infallible guides to the truth, and therefore the governing facts of our lives. And that's a mistake that a lot of us make. And I think it was really facilitated by therapy for a long time, where we talked about people encouraging them to share how they feel with each other, as though that's supposed to give those feelings privilege. Well, feelings are to be respected, as Herb describes them as signals. I think that's a great way of looking at them, but they're not to be given privilege. And there's always need to be that sense of humility, that just because I'm feeling this way or I'm drawing these conclusions doesn't mean I'm right. And, we go on to say, just as physical sobriety emerges as we gain independence from our addictive urges, emotional sobriety emerges as we gain freedom from our own emotional storms, from our own emotional dependency. We recognize that our emotions are reactions to people and conditions around us, and we give them simply the amount of attention that is reasonable or fitting for the specific situation. Emotional sobriety develops when we learn to accept life on life's terms rather than demanding that life, meaning people and situations, conform to our expectations. When we do this, when we unhook, as Bill calls it, life from our expectations, we gain emotional freedom, a true independence of spirit in which our innermost or truest self is the determining force in our lives. So emotional sobriety is an appropriate balance and coordination of all that we are. It's when we bring into harmony the disharmonious aspects of ourselves so they can be joint contributors to our wholeness, and when we balance our need for togetherness with our desire to hold on to our separateness. It is when the best in us does the thinking and talking for all of us. So that's just an idea of, or some ideas about what emotional sobriety is. But now let us open up the room for your questions, and Herb and I will see if we can shed some light on some of those things.
I have two questions. I'm going to put them both out there. I know that there are other questions as well, so I'll let you take which one or both of these. Alan, early on, I had a question that, for you, which was, when Bill claims a quiet place in the bright sunshine, does he risk moving back into the shadow of the icy mountain? And then for both of you, is there a benefit in step 10, rather than looking for resentment, fear, dishonesty, and selfishness, is there a benefit to watching for forgiveness, honesty, trust, and love?
Well, let me handle the first one. So when we learn to deal with this stuff, we don't do it by disconnecting. And this is a very important part. We unhook, but we stay connected at the same time. Because the only way that we're going to grow ourselves is not by having that, what we call stonewalling or emotional cutoff, which a lot of us use to try to deal with unpleasant situations. That's not what he's talking about. Is what we're talking about is staying connected, but adding more of yourself. And it's through the adding more of yourself that you reach that place of a quiet mind and a calm heart. That's going to be, as we continue to do these in the next workshops that are coming up, we'll be exploring emotional sobriety in relationships, in relationship to ourselves and our expectations and all that stuff. But one of the keys to growth, because typically there's three ways we respond. You captured one of them. And they go along with what Herb called the biological instincts, right? So we move against people. We try to control them, or we rebel against them. That's how we try to deal with being upset, right? God, I'm going to try to change you and get you to do what I want you to do. Or I'm going to say, screw you. I don't care about what you do, right? That's one way. We move against people. Another way is we try to please them. Oh, I'm sorry you're upset with me. What did I do wrong? I'm a terrible person. Please forgive me. Give me another chance, right? That's the moving towards people, right? That's the people pleasing solution. The third one is to move away. That's, you put on the Nikes and you run. You say, I don't care. I'm cutting off. This is a toxic relationship. We stonewall. We don't talk to the person. We withdraw. All three of those are manifestations of our emotional immaturity. The fourth one that turns all these around and starts to grow us is to stay connected when there's trouble, which goes against our very nature, and add more self. Find a way to stay connected and get to that place where you've got a quiet mind and a calm heart while you're in relationship to whatever the issue is. You can pull that off, you grow yourself tremendously. That is the, if you said, give me one prescription that would help me grow myself along these lines, that's it. When you're in a problem, don't run away from it. Don't try to control it. Don't try to just see what you could do to stay connected and bring more of yourself to it. That might mean crying. That might mean getting new perspective while you're in it. Whatever it is, it's an incredible people grower. That's all I can tell you.
Well, and you use a phrase, Alan, the keep your center of gravity deep in yourself. That's what you're really talking about here, is where I have a sense that I am responsible for my thoughts and my feelings and my behavior. They come from inside of me, both in terms of my consciousness, my perceptions, and my decisions. So my center of gravity deep inside myself, I no longer am, in an unhealthy way, connected to circumstances and people. So I can have, that's the whole point. And I think this is part of the answer to the question. Also, Bill used the phrase in the big book, keep our head in the clouds and our feet on the ground. So he is living in the sunshine, not backing into the shadow. In fact, just the opposite. The orbit that we're rocketed into, that fourth dimension, rocketed into the fourth, that orbit is around the light. And the step 10 emotional sobriety tool is to allow us to keep in orbit, making those adjustments. I mean, you talked about reality. The two words that I like a lot about that is I accept reality for what it is, and I adjust to it. It never adjusts to me. And maybe an answer to that second question that you asked, exactly what you meant by it, but I've done a lot of reading and research in the area of human happiness. And the conclusions were just unanimous through all the studies, is the choice to have a positive attitude. The choice to have a positive attitude will fix almost everything. It gives you the energy and the hope and the resilience to take that next indicated step.
So the quick on that was, if the result are those four things, if I'm watching for the result, rather than, and half of measures of illness, nothing, right? I'm always looking for the shortcut, Herb. So if I can just look for the success, rather than looking for those things, those resentments and fears and all that kind of stuff, then do I in fact grow that by keeping my eye on that rather than on the behavior I'm moving away from? Anyway, that was why I asked the question.
I keep my eye on two things: my own consciousness and how I can help. And I see that as a coin. Yeah, you've heard me talk about that. The coin of my head and my feet. That is my consciousness and my compassion. But it's integrated, human and spiritual. Yeah.
Well, and also I would just say this too, John. There's a danger looking at the effects of this stuff and basing our behavior on that.
Yes.
It's so much more that if I start from not looking at the outcome, but looking at what it means to me by going down that path, then I'm continuing to keep grounded in what's important to me. You see, as soon as I start looking at doing this to make that thing happen, see, like the way I would say it is, look, we all want to control life, saying that I would just want to be happy all the time. Well, that's part of the deal here. But the bigger deal here is, if we're alive, we're going to be able to embrace happiness when that happens in our life, but we're also going to embrace our sadness. And we're going to welcome them both, even though they're very different experiences. We're not going to say, oh, this shouldn't be happening. I should be happy all the time. You do that, you're set up. I mean, when people come to me for therapy and they say, I want to be happy, I go, I don't think I'm the guy for the job. And they look at me and say, what kind of therapist are you? You Dr. Kevorkian, or what are you trying to do here? And I say, no, I want you to be alive. If you could be more alive, you're going to have a great life. That means sometimes you're going to be sad and you're going to be able to embrace your sadness. And sometimes you're going to be happy and you're going to enjoy that. But you're going to be able to be a fully functioning human being, which means that you're going to embrace the whole range of experiences we have, which are phenomenal once we let go of all of these shoulds about what's supposed to be happening. And see, this is what every great teacher was trying to teach us. If you come to the moment and you're totally in the moment, there's no expectation.
Yeah.
See, that's what everybody was trying to get us to. Come to the moment, because if you can live in this moment, you're going to be expectation free, because what's happening right now is just what's happening. There's no expectation to it. If you have an expectation about what this moment is, you're not in the moment. See, that's the challenge of it, right? And that's what everybody was trying to teach in terms of meditation. Now, I believe the reason we were doing that, we were trying to get a taste of what it was like to have a brief moment in our life where we were free from all these damn shoulds. You know, that we had we created this space. It's like this sacred space. Herb and I would go to these workshops with Father Richard Rohr, and he says, I want to create a liminal space for you. And the liminal space was, let's put aside everything that we think we know. It's that set aside prayer. Let's put aside every expectation we have, and let's show up and see what happens. So that's how I would respond to what you said.
So my question is about if emotional lack of sobriety is the main addiction, besides the workshops that you guys are going to be doing together, what resources can you recommend to us? Obviously, the book that's coming out by Dr. Berger. I've heard that there's an Emotions Anonymous.
I started an Emotional Sobriety Anonymous meeting on Thursday nights. I can give you the Zoom number is in the chat room, but I'll provide it for everybody right now. So if you have a pen and paper, get it ready. So Thursday night, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
And we can send that out also.
And we'll send it out also. It's 330-149-513. That's the ID. The password to that meeting is 375-986. 375-986. And I'm going to give you a reading list right now as well. Okay. Along some of the lines to learn more about this stuff. Books that Herb and I have meant a lot to us. Stage 2 Recovery by Ernie Larson. Stage 2 Relationships by Ernie Larson. Outstanding books, both of them. They were definitely an attempt to bring this whole subject into the recovery community. And they did get some traction, but obviously didn't take hold enough, but they're outstanding. Yeah. Viktor Frankl's book, Man's Search for Meaning. Yeah. Outstanding. You know, he'll talk about what the experience was in the concentration camps, the death camps, and what the men had to learn. And when you hear him talk about it, you think, my God, they were holding AA meetings at Auschwitz. My God, it was, they got to the point where they realized they had to let go of their expectations. And instead of having expectations about what's supposed to happen is see themselves as being challenged by what life was asking from them. And their job was to deal with life. That's everything what Bill was talking about. It's the same idea. So Man's Search for Meaning. My second book from Hazelton, 12 Smart Things to Do When the Booze and Drugs Are Gone. Another very, very solid book on emotional sobriety. So that would be a reading list, and we'll be adding more to those as we go along. But I think those are some good starting places.
Thank you.
Yeah, you mentioned the other book that'll be coming out in June, 12 Essential Insights for Emotional Sobriety. And that book is a synthesis of all of the work that Herb and I have been doing for the last 15 years on this, Herb?
It's from my humble experience, it's the best book you've written so far. So yeah, it's really wonderful.
Can I ask a question about one book that you haven't mentioned?
Yes.
There's a Emotions Anonymous, which is the 12-step guide, I guess, for that particular fellowship. I haven't read it. I don't know if you know anything about it.
I don't.
It was started to help people that were very mentally ill, right, and really struggling, if I'm recalling right. And they have outstanding tips and stuff. So I do know of several of my patients that went to Emotions Anonymous meetings and found them to be of great value in terms of challenging their thinking. They're very cognitive, behaviorally oriented, which is great. So I think that can be helpful too, if you go check it out and see what it means to you.
Okay, thank you.
When you talked in the very beginning, what's our definition of recovery and what is it now? I just have a comment. I had a little aha moment that the goal is not happiness, the goal is freedom. And then the third thing is, you talked about doing a step-free workshop and a question. I wasn't exactly clear on the third step when you were going over the idea over to the care of God. I mean, I've been in program for many years. I have an understanding of step 3, but I want to know particularly what was significant when you were talking about the care of God.
Yeah, that's where I use the term alignment. It's not a term in the big book, but it's the term that helps me understand that I choose to be in alignment with reality, all right? And that there is a power that I can have a relationship with. Now I get to define what the power is and what the relationship is and what does it mean. That's the interpretation and then experience of steps 4 through 10, actually.
Okay, and when is your
Alignment's the key here, for my understanding at least, and teaching with regard to step 3.
when is your step-free workshop? Is that on your
Done
website?
in March, and it's on my website, yeah.
And will that be going over more about that concept?
More than you ever wanted to know.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So everybody take a minute now that we've been having this discussion. So let's live in the pause for a second and write down your definition of recovery now. And write down what was your challenge, Herb?
Oh, what is the primary source of your suffering? Not your primary suffering, but the primary source of your suffering. Yeah. Good. I'm glad you remembered, Alan.
I am glad I remember. And look, and then part of this, when you raise your hands and share, please share your different definitions.
Yeah.
So we could hear how some of those have changed.
Yeah. Good.
In this book here, Not God, he's talking about a phrase that caught my attention: deflation at depth. And in this one here, the next, the letter we're talking about, the third paragraph at the end, last sentence in the third paragraph, still finding ourselves unable to get off the emotional merry-go-round. Would you please address the ability, or how does one bring about this psychic change? How do I have this emotional deflation at depth? Now, in the OA book, it says here, it can only occur when one becomes involved with one's unconscious mind in a set of circumstances which signal the undeniable need for an external greater power. Now, the problem here is I am unable to recall the mind with sufficient force. So I don't know that I'm in extremis. Can you talk to this?
Yeah, of course. Look, deflation at depth means that somehow that we're shattering our reliance on this false self. And the false self is the self that says, I need life to adhere to my specifications rather than find how to adapt myself to what is going on. So that's the false self, right? It demands that life be a certain way. So when it talks about deflation at depth, we call that the ego, but it's also the false self that we're talking about. We got to really shatter our reliance on that. Now, how do you know that's going on? How do you know that you still have some of these unconscious demands? Well, every time you're upset. If you think about the last time you got upset about something or pissed off about something, there's your opportunity. that's going to help you back into some of these unenforceable rules and then your unhealthy dependence. And so it's a matter of then unpacking those things and starting to understand what's going on with that. And we'll be talking about how to do that later. But that's your path, is to take your upsetness, not just, erase it, but stay with it and really start to say, what's going on here? What's underneath? Bill's suggestion to us is every time that we're disturbed, no matter the cause, he said, there's something wrong with us. The question is, what's wrong with us? He also tells us in the letter that what's wrong with us is this basic flaw, that we are dependent. So now we got to start to look at, where is that dependency at? How's it showing up in our expectations? How's it showing up in our unenforceable rules that we're then making demands and claims on other people? By the way, resentments are based on the same thing. Resentments are masking a demand and covering up our unenforceable rules. So you'll get there also by unpacking your resentments.
Yeah, Bill says very clearly throughout the book that the self-centeredness is the key to the unmanageability, and that self-reliance is the fatal flaw. Self-reliance, look at page 68. Self-reliance failed us, exactly what Dr. Berger is talking about. And that's I believe, the ego deflation he's talking about, that unhealthy reliance on myself alone without any connection to, and I love what Dr. Berger uses as a synonym for a power other than ourselves. He said, the best in me manages the worst in me. The best in me talks to the worst in me. And that puts it in such a wonderful, gentle, simple way. It doesn't matter what we think about God word or higher power word or spiritual word. If in fact we're taking full responsibility within inside ourselves, that we can have a relationship with this power that might be just my higher self, as the Buddhists would talk about.
But it's an interesting thing, because when you think about this term self-reliance and the way Bill uses it, he's talking about it as though it's part of the problem. Well, really, if you think about it another way, it's also part of the solution.
Yes.
Because it's weird. It's that the self-reliance he's talking about
Yes.
is our trying to manipulate and control other people to do what we want. So it's really other reliance. It's really dependence on others that motivates us in this way. Self-reliance, as we use it in emotional sobriety, means learning how to regulate yourself and take care of yourself. Go back to where I said, put a bookmark in Bill's letter. It's better to comfort than to be comforted. So what are we told? We're told all the time, if you're in trouble, go ahead and comfort somebody else. Great idea. I'm not in any way faulting that. But it also means, instead of demanding other people comfort you, learn how to soothe yourself. It's better to comfort than to be comforted, which means if I'm upset, you better take care of me. You better do what I want you to do so I feel better. Or I can learn how to comfort myself. I can learn how to lick my own wounds, not eat, 4 gallons of Haagen-Dazs ice cream to soothe myself, or drink a 1/5 of booze to soothe myself. It's to find a way to stay with what I'm feeling and to deal with it.
But there's the balance that you talked about really at the beginning of what we were talking about today, and that is that independence and the interdependence, and there's a balance there.
Oh, that's
Now,
right.
the definition of balance will probably be changing in circumstances, depending, where I need to rely more on myself than others, or more on others than myself. But it's that balance, and the way I think about it is when you're canoeing on a river. Sometimes the river is very smooth, and sometimes there's rapids. Or if you're navigating a street, sometimes there's speed bumps and sometimes it's smooth. Good therapy and this 12-step process gives us the shock absorbers to be able to handle the speed bumps. And so that ego deflation is that balance of finding my own inner strength, but the strength of also being connected in a community. Yeah, I hope that helps.
Thank you.
So my question is, what's the appropriate way to share this solution with? I'll just speak of my own personal situation. So, Herb, sitting in one of the Tuesday night classes through the year, and I've been through it twice. First time I cried my way through almost every session. And the second time I chuckled my way because there's just so much irony there, and it was great. But when you said, I didn't know what I didn't know, it's going to make me cry thinking back to those years. And I couldn't see what I couldn't see. So, I came to this program in my, at 50, and I know someone well enough to know, it's a family member, and I know they're dealing with the struggle of those bedevilments. Every single one of them. And I would like to make them aware that this wisdom exists. So what would be an appropriate way to do that?
Yeah. It's a wonderful and huge question, probably a workshop on its own in terms of helping. Number one is to model it yourself, of course. I've had many people come to the workshop because their significant other did and changed so radically they had to come find out what she did or he did. Yeah. Well, because they didn't talk about it, but they modeled it. Their words and their attitudes and their behavior all changed over time. And so that would be clear. And then I'm not in Al-Anon, but I hear lots of feedback from the Al-Anon people. And it's like, they have to ask. Now, it may be that there's some healthy way of offering up some suggestions, maybe by asking if they want any help. But people have to ask for help. Alan, what's, from a more psychological standpoint, what is your suggestion?
Well, look, I think, I love that one saying that you said, was it Thomas Aquinas or something like that? Everywhere you go, preach the gospel and sometimes use words.
Yeah.
I love that quote. Did I quote it right?
I think it's either Augustine or St. Francis, but either way.
Okay. Whoever it was such a powerful thing. It was like, they were talking about attraction, not promotion. Back in those days. It's like, there's something that gets contagious about this stuff when you see the spirit of it. So, you can invite that person to sit in on one of those Thursday night emotional sobriety meetings that there's several people here today that are at that meeting. That meeting's powerful, and people come to that from, all different kinds of orientations, and some not even allied with any 12-step groups. And it's just some, Herb and I talk about, these are principles of optimal living. That's what we're talking about. So I would suggest something like that. Hey, why don't you join me on a Thursday night and come, and sit and listen to this meeting and see what you think about it. See if it says anything to you. That would be more the way I would go. Just invitational.
Great. Thank you both so much.
At the same time, my first sponsor was a friend of mine who went into AA 12 years before I did. And he asked me to go to a couple of AA meetings with him. That was his outreach. He never talked to me about his drinking or mine. He never talked to me about AA. He said, come and see what I'm going to do. And I did. And of course, I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. In the beginning of our relationship, I had a resentment toward him that he didn't bring this information to me sooner, more proactively.
Interesting.
Now, I know that he knows that if he had said anything to me, I would have told him to go pound sand. So I got over my resentment. But there's some part of me that says, if you know the truth, that's why I use the image of a lantern, shining the light on the path. But maybe you got to put the light in front of them in order to see it and be somewhat assertive. And that's very different than aggressive, as you know.
It is. And look, like Herb said, we could do a whole workshop on this. But look, if I'm confronting someone in, let's say, a psychotherapy session, I'm going to ask buy-in first. I'm going to say, look, I got something I want to share with you that might be uncomfortable, might make you even, you know, have to really look at something that might be difficult. I think it could be valuable too, but I want to ask your permission to go there with you.
I like that a lot, Alan.
So, you know, if the person buys into that, then like Herb is saying, it's you don't have to be passive. That's a very active way of doing this, and respectful. It's very respectful. Most of the time, somebody's going to say no. Some of the smarter ones say, well, can you give me a clue first? Give me a clue, because I want to know how deep is the water going to get, you know? And I respect that. I said, oh yeah, great. I can try to give you a clue without throwing you in. So let's try and see if we can do that. But that's what that looks like.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Thanks for the question.
You know, my source of my suffering is, you know, me. And because what's that?
That's a spiritual awakening.
Yeah, it's like I'm the maker of my own madness, and I'm a mom, and it comes a lot from that, because the influence I have is really limited with my particular offspring. And I'm wondering if you can speak to that and reconcile that, because I feel like I should be running their lives. I would do a better job of it.
How old are they?
15 and 17.
Tough. Alan, that's for you.
Well, it's interesting. You know, you start out by saying, I know the source of my suffering, it's me, but that's too general.
Okay.
It's way too general.
I go fucking, do you want to know my specific?
I want to know how you create your suffering.
Well, it's stitched together with like maybe my high school experience and, reliving it through them, but also in the struggle that I had getting through classes and doing my homework, and actually just like creating a character, creating a good character as a human being. Because I was, a wild alcoholic when I was, 15, right? I was out of control and unteachable. And I don't want them to be.
Yeah.
So
how you create your suffering, see, the way I would say it to you, it's very different than what you're thinking about, is you don't have any faith.
Okay. Right.
You don't have faith. You don't have faith that their life is going to unfold in a good way like yours did. Doesn't mean they're not going to take some detours. We all do. I don't know anybody that's been on a straight path. Herb, do you know anybody that's just jumped on this thing and then headed right? No. So see, it's your lack of faith in that experience, and also your lack of faith in being able to deal with your feelings as they struggle. See, that's the other part of it, is that it's very important for you to learn how to get a hold of yourself and to soothe yourself instead of trying to control them so that you don't feel uncomfortable. So I know it's a big thing. It's a tall order, but I'll tell you, if not, what you're going to do is you're going to push them the other way, because you send a message to them that they're not capable, and that if they don't listen to you, their life's going to be terrible. And that's a sense of self you don't want to build into them, that they don't have the ability to, so that undermines their faith in themselves.
Are you an Al-Anon?
I fucking should be.
Not should. There's no shoulds. We don't operate with shoulds. It's just it's something to think about. But see, it's getting back to, and look, you probably have some good reasons to have more faith than you have.
Okay. I got sober though. Like I got sober at 19.
Okay, that's one reason to have some faith. My God. I mean, see, I think it's back to what Herb said. In a way, you might be focusing on all of what isn't instead of what is. And that's going to take you down a real rabbit hole, because, well, of course, I see it already. I mean, I get it. But that's why I'm saying is, when we say, and this is why it's so important not to do this stuff alone. We need an enlightened witness. You know, when you answer, what is the source of my suffering? You answer me, it's not good enough answer.
Okay.
You know, I love what Herb has said, and he drilled this into my head. The quality of the question will help you get to a better answer. And if you find the right questions, you will start to find the path that you need to go on.
That's right.
And so when I say drill down on that question, what is the source of how am I doing this? How am I creating this? See, that's the nuts and bolts of it, and to be as specific as we can. When Bill said, I'm creating this because I am demanding the possession and control of other people, the thing I had you write down. That's when he got it. He goes, oh my God, I see what I'm doing. No wonder I'm crazy. No wonder my life isn't working. I'm in conflict with everybody and everything. Because I'm, you know, if they just all listen to me, everything would be great.
I'm a fucking bitch, dark cloud. You know what I mean?
You've got a bitch in you, but you've also got other sides of you. You're a lot more than just a bitch. I'm more than just an asshole. Herb was more than just being narcissistic. He's one of the most loving men I know.
Mm-hmm.
And when you see that other side of him, he didn't know that about himself.
Mm-hmm.
He discovered that through his recovery.
Okay.
So you might want to experiment with Al-Anon also. It's a group of wisdom women that you can connect to that have dealt exactly with what you're dealing with.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
My question is, how does emotional maturity differ from emotional sobriety?
They don't. They're synonymous. You can use them synonymously. You really can't. I mean, I do think that if you know, as a psychologist, if I looked up emotional maturity in here, you know, they don't capture some of the issues that we're talking about in terms of the emotional dependence. So, you know, emotional intelligence, somebody also asked that question. How is emotional intelligence? Is that the same? Up here, when you look at the result of this stuff, emotional maturity, emotional intelligence, emotional sobriety, they share a lot. There's a lot of overlap between the three. If it was a Venn diagram, there'd be a certain amount of area that was common to all three of those. But I think where emotional sobriety is unique is this understanding our emotional dependence and the effect that that's had on our life. I don't hear anybody that talks about emotional maturity do that, Herb. Do you?
No. I think the bullseye is the dependency component. Yeah.
See, that was the key for me. I mean, I'm a psychologist. I've learned all kinds of stuff about emotional maturity, healthy personality, and all that. I swear. And now Fritz Perls and Virginia Satir, there's a few authors in the psychotherapy literature that got this. Dr. Frankl got it. I mean, but it's not ubiquitous. It's not everywhere, right? It's very focused. So I think that's what distinguishes what the work we do.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Just my source of suffering, I think I whittled it down, and like you guys were just talking, it was really my self-centeredness and my preoccupation, and in going further with that, really my still childish desires to have the world conform to my wants and my needs.
Yeah.
And you guys today really helped me whittle that down to that point. So thank you for that. And what was the other part of it? Oh, the definition goes hand in hand with that, that basic flaw of my personality. The emotional sobriety will hopefully, I don't think it'll rid me of that, but hopefully be able to modify some of that. And, you know, maybe that's a question in there too. Do we ever really eliminate that personality flaw, or is it sort of a, you know, continuous process?
Bill Wilson's insight in step 10 in the big book, he said, watch for resentment, fear, dishonesty, and selfishness. Watch for them when they crop up. Not if, not if. We never, my sense, we never transcend our humanity. Now, is it gross today? No. Yesterday it was white shark, today it's minnows. So progressively the dimmer switch goes up and there's more light and I become a better human being, but I never transcend my humanity. Dr. Berger, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I see the first thing that even when you say the self-centeredness, see, I think that you could even go a little further in terms of trying to understand what that means. See, it's more what I would say is a source of your suffering, even like I said to this woman, is more your ignorance in knowing how to show up in your life and take care of yourself better. See, I think, and what happens is because of our ignorance, we become selfish. See, then we try to take care of ourselves in a way that is just so lopsided, not a balance, as Bill talks about. Either selfish in terms of it's all about me, right? I mean, it's all about me anyway, in terms of what's underneath this thing, but meaning that I focus on myself and I forget about you. Or you could do the same thing on the other side of the coin. I'll focus on you and forget about me. Both of those are self-centered.
Right.
Even though they don't seem like it, they're both coming from, I got to do this to get what I think I need. No, we don't. See, that's the big lie.
Yeah.
The big lie, the way Michael Singer says it in The Untethered Soul, that would be the other book I'd put on the reading list, The Untethered Soul. He says, it's going to be hard to find yourself in what you've built around you to define yourself.
Right.
And it's so true.
Yeah.
It's so true. All of these things that we put into place based on the blueprint of our false self make it very hard for us to really see who we are and what we're capable of. Our capability as a species is phenomenal. There's never been another species on this planet that's been able to do what we've done. I mean, we are remarkable, and we sell ourselves so damn short. And look, some of that comes from some of the messages we got as kids. You know, you're no good for nothing. You'll never make anything of yourself. You know, I hope you go get a medical degree and then you'll prove you weren't worthless. I mean, or something like that. I mean, the messages we got are incredible that we're overcoming to try to do this, but that's our work. And, you know, when Herb says it is a lifelong thing, it's clearly a lifelong thing.
So in the book, you know, it talks about, you know, service to others, and the whole sponsee concept I'm having difficulty with. And I know that, you know, I get it. The self-service gets us out of ourselves. But what he just said sort of makes it think we're doing this for ourselves and we're back into ourselves. So is it really necessary to have sponsees, or do we just react in life to where we can be of service?
I think the sponsee thing is an optional thing, obviously. From my standpoint, it depends on somebody's inclination and competency. The big book doesn't ever talk about sponsor or sponsees. That the words
Right.
are not in the big book.
Yeah.
And it talks about being useful and helpful. And so I've adopted that word. That's my lens through which I look. How can I help? Oh, if I can help you by taking you through the steps, I'll do that. Oh, if I can help you, teach you a little bit about meditation, I'll do that. Oh, if I can help you talk a little bit about something that I have experience with, I'll do that. Oh, you don't have an addiction, but you want a spiritual awakening, I can help you with that.
Great. Yeah, it kind of goes to what you guys said earlier. It's not working a perfect program and how many sponsees you have and
That's ego.
meetings you go to, etc. But
That's ego. There's a book by Trungpa Rinpoche called Cutting Through Spiritual Materialism, because we can make spirituality and ego manifestation as well. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
So I'm going to be signing off, and I just want to say to all of you, I appreciate that you come and support the work that Herb and I do. It's incredibly meaningful for me. It's meaningful for Herb. I know that in our discussions. We appreciate it very much. And please spread the word about emotional sobriety. And like, who was it, Herb? Who was this, the saint that did it? He said, you know, go preach the gospel and sometimes use words.
Wherever you are in the world, preach the good news. If you have to, use words.
I love it. I just love that. All right, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. We'll see you at the next workshop.
Beyond your wildest dreams, well, shoot, like that could be mansions and Porsches and like, you know, Bradley Cooper in the background. Like it's happening. It will do this if I get sober. And, you know, 10 years out, that's not happening. And I think what I'm struggling with is that I have looked at the promises as an integration, emotional sobriety. I've tagged it as to when this is, I will be, when. I put a time construct in there. And of course, there's sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. And for me, I'm questioning, like, you know, how soon is now, right? And then when I have people, sponsees, colleagues, network, people, you know, just we all kind of talk about the AA promises and what we, you know, and then we go, and when we get stuck in the emotional sobriety part, then the line of like, oh, we're going to regret what happened. And, you know, that's, you know, we're not going to want to shut the door on the past. But then there's that moment where I get stuck and I'm like, God, you know, I don't know. Like I'm tired, you know, and someone mentioned today about not happiness, but freedom. And it's really the freedom. It's like, you know, I would love to give me the red pill, give me the blue, give me the purple, so I could feel that feeling of freedom. And I recognize as I'm talking to you right now, and I recognize my window of effective tolerance where I'm all out and right now in this situation. And I'm scanning my environment as far as, you know, it is COVID. So, you know, it is the modern day cold for depression. So I get it. Like I'm in this funk, but yeah, like the emotional sobriety, feeling stuck, time that we're construct. I was wondering if you could put some help me like with some words of wisdom with that experience, if you have any.
Carl Jung wrote, yes, maybe. Carl Jung wrote a letter to Bill Wilson in 1961, acknowledging his letter to him. And he said, thanks for letting me know. Carl Jung, I'm very impressed with your work, Bill Wilson, and the 12-step community. I'm very impressed with it. He said, alcoholics and addicts are uniquely spiritual beings. I'm paraphrasing. Alcoholics and addicts are uniquely spiritual beings. They have this deep hunger and thirst for the spirit, capital S, and they get distracted by spirits, small s. And he has a line at the bottom that's in Latin, spiritus contra spiritum. The spirit is the antidote to spirits. My sense is that you're asking the wrong questions. What is happiness and what is freedom? Dr. Berger said the real skill is getting the right and specific healthy questions so that you can go into a process and come out with a right and healthy experience. Materialism is not the answer. Freedom, you got it, you nailed it, you heard it.
Yeah, it's the freedom that, yeah, I'm actually looking for Porsches and mansions, by the way, but yes, the freedom is exactly what I'm talking about. That
freedom from what? Freedom
of the suffering, freedom of the impulse, the lack of impulse, that, you know, of struggle, right?
Well, no, not freedom from struggle. All right, because that's human nature. You're going to come along a calm river and you're going to hit white water. That's just life. But the first half is about addiction. Freedom from our addiction is promised by step 10. And the second half of step 1, unmanageability, freedom from unmanageability, is promised in step 10. We're not cured, we have a daily reprieve. So challenge yourself on this. The effectiveness of your daily practice of life through inventory, step 10, practice of life through a meditation practice, consistent daily, practice of principles and helping other people in step 12. How's your practice of life in those areas? And that's really the challenge. It's my constant chronic challenge. Every morning I ask in my meditation, what's my invitation today to be conscious and to be compassionate?
Yep, I agree.
And when I look back over my shoulder, for 32 years, my life has flourished. Not been without its speed bumps, but I've been able to navigate them with the help of my friends. You saw Dr. Berger sign behind his thing from the Beatles, you know, with a little bit of help from my friends. Yeah. Does that help?
Very much so. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There were two things that you said that I experienced actually at work this week. And I work with 9 nurses. I'm the lead of 9 nurses, and something happened and it really bothered me. And I always look at myself, because there's a disturbance in myself if I'm allowing what happened to bother me. I understand that, but it's the same 3 nurses out of 9 that just push back, and they push my buttons. And I consider myself a nice person, and I consider myself a good role model at work. So my question is it always a disturbance within myself?
Yes, the answer is yes.
So I should not allow their behavior to affect the way
Maybe that's the wrong question. The right question is, so what are the buttons they're pressing? And why do I have buttons? If I don't have buttons, they can't press it.
They can be very disrespectful.
Wait. You're talking about them. I didn't ask you about them.
Okay.
I said, what are your buttons?
Well, when they're disrespectful, it bothers me because
you expect people to be respecting of you all the time.
Well, I expect common decency.
Yeah, there you go. You have a problem. I mean, how is that working for you?
Well, it's not. So my expectation is the problem.
Yeah, get over yourself. They're not respectful. So in what I have, like, I don't want to say cut them off sometimes, but I have put strict boundaries around them. That doesn't work. No, I've tried to be a people pleaser. That doesn't work. Wait, stop. You can't control them. You can't put boundaries around them. The boundaries are for you. What is it in me that's reacting to them? They're disrespectful people. That's who they are, and they're not going to change. Now, you did say, and I don't want to solve your problems, but you did say that you have some type of a supervisory role.
Correct.
So then you write them up as a supervisor, and you put them on probation if you can to, and you fire their ass if they're.
The problem is my manager is a people pleaser and wants everyone to like her, and she just passes everything off.
Problem, and you have to deal with reality. And if you don't like it, you need to change jobs. I mean, deal with reality. You either accept it, don't mean condone, or you change jobs. You're not going to change your manager, and you're not going to change your coworkers.
So when Alan and you were, I think it was Alan, was talking about nobody likes conflict, but
well, wait.
I don't want to run away from it. I want to be able to handle it.
But what would it look like if you handled it?
Not allowing it to take it personally.
Bam.
And not react.
Externally, anyway.
Right. Well, I usually don't, but on the inside, or, I'm like all tense and everything. And I wake up in the morning like, another day, except for I love the job that I do, my actual work.
Yep. You have a difficult situation, and I don't mean to be glib about it. It is difficult. But the problem is not your nurses. The problem is your reaction to them.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so, so it is always a disturbance within myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the books that I read early on helped me in my work environment, New Pair of Glasses by Chuck C. And he adopted an attitude to his family, to his employees. He owned a company, he had 300 employees, and to his clients. He was the major salesman. He had this one attitude: how can I help you do what you need to get done? And it changed everything, because it changed his attitude. Like Dr. Berger was talking about Viktor Frankl. He said, what can I influence? He's in Auschwitz. What can I influence? I have no control over the weather, the guards, the food, or the circumstance. I have no control. What can I influence? Oh, there's only one thing that I can influence: my attitude about it all. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it was interesting that this just happened on Thursday, and I had this workshop today.
yeah,
That's a God wink moment for me.
there you go. Yeah.
Thank you.
Prayer and sponsorship, in terms of having somebody to talk to so that you can express your concern and your energy, that negative energy that comes up, until it doesn't, because you're going to be in acceptance of your reality and you're going to attempt to be useful and kind. Yeah. If it was easy, everybody would do it.
Yeah.
Hi, Herb. Thank you. So my issue could be faith from listening to you, but I'll try not to get emotional.
Oh, please get emotional. It's about emotional sobriety.
I related to how you met with somebody in a restaurant, and you asked him, how come you're not getting something? And, you have so much knowledge and you've done so much work. And I remember the part where you said, he held your face and said, you have it all up here, but
Yep.
that's me.
Yep.
So, my husband and I have been in recovery for 7 years. He has a process addiction that I didn't know about, and we've been together 42 years. So we've learned a heck of a lot on this journey, and I'm very grateful. I certainly wasn't grateful when I found out about the process addiction, and I was very angry, and I realized that I'm an addict as well. But, it's not substance, it's addicted to people and fixing other people. And in my recovery, I've seen that my greatest character defect is pointing out my husband's.
Right, I do.
It's like, yeah, I've got some, but his are worse, right?
Right, oh yeah.
And so when in program it says it is better to comfort than to be comforted, that is very dangerous for me, because prior to recovery, I was very good at that. And it was very humiliating to find out what was happening in my own home. Yeah. And now when I'm asked to be someone's sponsor, it almost triggers me to a place of, oh no, when I actually thought I had something to offer, that was an absolute joke. So it scares me now, and I want to avoid it like the plague. Yeah. So obviously there's a connection there that I need to heal. Also, someone suggested this book, Mistakes Were Made, but Not by Me. In recovery and in meetings, I can see when someone's sharing and go, wow, how blind this person is. Now, not in judgment though, just wow, she can't see this.
Yeah.
And I internalize that as, wow, how blind am I that I do not see? Because that's now what I see when I see someone else so in denial. And it's changed my definition of denial. For my whole life, I'm 65, I thought denial was just stubbornness. It's just like, darn well what you should do, and you're not doing it because you're stubborn. But now I get it. Denial is real. You actually don't see it.
Mechanism. It's a survival And it's sometimes it's at the conscious level. Most of the time it's at the unconscious level.
Right. So we have a son who's a marijuana addict, as well as a sex addict, and he's 35 and he's been in rehab twice. He's very angry with us, and my sponsor just shared with me, and she's wonderful because she's very gentle but direct, and said, "You sound like you're in the same place as your son." And I'm like, "What?" And she said, "Well, he's blaming you and you're blaming you." And I said, "I'm not blaming myself." She said, "Your actions say otherwise." So it's almost like I'm at a place of, I have so much awareness that it's freaking me out. I have more awareness than I'm ready, that I'm able to deal with. So what's my question? I have this thing, asking for guidance from God is like cheating. I remember a phrase, God helps those who help themselves.
Right.
So, you know, I don't go to church. Maybe I haven't done enough to deserve that help. It feels like cheating to say, I can't do this.
It sounds to me like you're having a step one experience of powerlessness, which is an invitation to, in fact, collapse in complete defeat, surrender, and ask for help. Steps 2 and 3. And so it might be the challenge, the healthy question is, what is your concept? And this is rhetorical. What is for you to ask yourself, what is your concept of God, power other than yourself? What is your concept of the world of the spirit? Because it doesn't sound like you trust it.
And yet I've had experiences that show that really, it's like when I'm at rock bottom. I've had a couple, and I totally, sorry?
Just your comments that it feels like cheating to ask.
Well, at the time that I was in such crisis, I didn't have those thoughts that it was cheating. I was so broken that I just flat out.
But you have them now as we're talking about it. It's cracking you open.
Yes.
Yeah. I went to my spiritual director after I'd done some meditation and I'd done this work and I'd had a spiritual awakening and I'd had some therapy with Dr. Berger. And I was very clear that I was a narcissist at a very gross level, and that I was doing workshops and doing sponsorship. And I really liked the workshops and sponsorship because I was getting a lot of visibility. I'm pretty good at it. As you can tell, I'm fairly articulate. And I went to my spiritual director who wasn't in a program. And I said, you know, this seems to be feeding my narcissism. Perhaps I should not do that because, you know, I need to deal effectively with my narcissism. Yeah. He said, you have to think this thought, Herb. You're as powerless over your narcissism as you are over alcohol. You are as powerless over your spiritual life as you are over alcohol. Embrace your powerlessness and never let your concern get in the way of your ministry, because you're helping people, and that you're helping people will help you. And then he said something which may be very consoling to you. God writes straight with crooked lines. Your deficiencies are the very wounds in you that shine light into the darkness of other people. Now, I'm assuming from what you said that you're in Al-Anon.
I'm in Nar-Anon and I'm in S-Anon as well. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know anything about the culture of those two meetings.
Right, they're the same.
In theory.
Yeah, in theory.
In practice, I know a lot about Al-Anon. It's been around since 1951, and they have a wonderful plentifulness of deep wisdom women who probably would be very helpful to you. I cannot say the same of the other two because I'm not experienced with them, but my supposition is they're not been around long enough for a lot of deep wisdom women. So I'm just And I'm a big fan of Al-Anon
Yeah.
for people with the kind
Yeah.
of relationship and also the burden of helping, the burden in the sense of the unhealthy helping attitudes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I have been in that program for a couple of years, so, and it is helping. I just, I resonated to Dr. Berger mentioning you either, forget how, but the lady who was speaking about her two teenagers, our son is 35, but what I do is I will withdraw totally, and that's wrong.
Well,
And
wrong or right. I've dropped those two words also. What's healthy and what's not healthy? What's appropriate? What's not appropriate?
not healthy, right?
And what's not helpful. So
Right.
I really strongly recommend that you at least experiment with 3 to 5 Al-Anon meetings and just get a sense of, are they any different in culture than what you've been exposed to, and maybe, you know,
Yeah.
or maybe different meetings in your own Anon experience.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank
All
you very
right. Yeah. Help is there, but it's
Yeah.
hard to find it sometimes. Yeah. And experience is the only thing that really helps us. Other people's experience. So thank you so much.
And a long time ago, I took one of my sisters to an Al-Anon meeting. She was like one of my major abusers. And at the end of the meeting, I went up to get a meeting list to give to her. And she very angrily said, I don't want that. What's that for? I don't want that. And it really was like, yeah, you're bringing her there for you.
Yeah, you really.
She's not interested. She's not interested.
He hadn't asked for help, but you're such a helper.
Yeah, she totally didn't want my help.
Yeah. All right.
And like one of the programs I'm in is SLAA, and I am single and have like been chronically single, but I always want to have like a healthy, loving relationship.
All right.
And what happens is I get this mental obsession that I cannot control, obviously. And that's what I'm asking about. It's just a mental obsession.
Well, that's what obsession means. It's a thought that hijacks us, over which we have no control. So what's your question? How to control it? You can't. How to deal with it? You can.
Yes.
And
So
that's doing the steps out of the big book is my only answer.
Right. And I sort of felt like I got the answer when the woman Pat talked, because you just said, number one, you're powerless, and use step 2 and 3 to deal with it. But I wanted to say something anyway.
Well, no, I'm glad you did. And steps 2 and 3 are the predecessors, the assumptions, the foundation for doing the real work, which is steps 4 through 9. And I'm familiar with most of the literature in most of the 12-step programs. There's some I'm not exposed to. But the only literature that has the sense of specificity and methodology is the big book instructions on doing the steps. And it may not be your experience. It may not be anybody else's experience. It's my experience, and I have some limitations. But the reason I do what I do, spending most of my waking hours 7 days a week, helping people with the steps out of the big book, is it's the most effective methodology for human transformation I've ever come across. Now, some people say, oh, I've done the steps, and I've done the steps out of the big book. Yeah, well, maybe a conversation with somebody who has done it maybe differently or at a different time would help reveal that, yes, you had some exposure and you had some experience, but there's more. There's, if in fact you're restless, irritable, and discontent, if in fact you're suffering in any way from addiction or from unmanageability, if you're suffering in any way from lack of freedom, it's because you need to be doing some more work in the 12 steps. Now, find a sponsor, find a step guide, find it in your own program if it's not AA, or find it in the big book if you haven't done that before, or even if you have, find somebody who can take you deeper. But that's my experience, and I have a sort of a single focus on that, I'll admit.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, it just means more work. I have done it through the big book and other ones, but yeah, more work. That's all.
Here's the question. Are you as free as you want to be? And the second question is, how free do you want to be? You see, I've been free for 32 years, free enough, sober for 37, but free for 32. So free enough that I can say for 32 years, my life has flourished. It's flawless, but it flourishes. I don't suffer. Do I have pain? Absolutely. Do I have sadness, grief? Absolutely. I don't suffer as a result. Huge. All right?
Big difference. Yeah.
Huge difference. Thanks, Con.
And I have a question. I hope this isn't like an outside issue, but the word trauma was mentioned, and I have a pretty significant history of childhood trauma, and I started going to this therapist that treats that. And the first thing she said was that if you have trauma, there's no pause button. And, you know, I think a lot about what Bill says in the big book. He talks about the pause all the time. And so she says, well, you know, you have no pause button, basically, because your brain just reacts.
The chemical reaction, yep.
And I just wondered, like, how does that sort of fit into all this? Because I've really questioned emotional sobriety because of this pattern of reacting. It's a trauma reaction. You know, it's a trauma, classic trauma response.
It's an explanation. It's not an excuse.
What'd you say?
It's an explanation. It's not an excuse.
Right. And let me think about that.
Well, I'm going to unpack it a little bit, but I needed that to set in a little bit. All right. In the fear inventory, for instance, my understanding from credible people, I'm not a scientist. All right. I have no degrees, advanced degrees in anything, but I have a lot of information. And I understand from credible people, there are only two normal, natural fears: the fear of loud noises and the fear of falling. Everything else is conditioned. The good news is, if it's conditioned, it can be, the formal term is extinguished. How does it get extinguished? By contrary behavior, by some information, but some contrary action. How do you deal with trauma? Carefully, very carefully, and with people who have professional information as well as experience and training, all right? But my understanding is that you deal with trauma gradually, like thawing out, like the dimmer switch, and that in fact, you may never fully recover. There may always be some type of reaction, but it goes from a level 10 reaction to a level 2 reaction over time. So there's no question that family of origin shapes, informs, deforms, and misinforms our personalities and creates a pattern of behavior that when we're adults is really difficult, has created all kinds of difficulties. But we have the responsibility now to deal with those unhealthy habits by contrary actions. And that's where I love the image of the collaboration, walking hand in hand with the spirit of the universe. But it also requires, from my standpoint, what I needed was enlightened, experienced people to give me clear instructions on actions that I can take to get some different information and some different actions. And over time, the healing took place. And I'm using that term very carefully and very specifically. The process of the 12 steps is healing. It doesn't erase the impact of trauma, but it severely, severely diminishes its negative impact. My experience.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. Trauma and PTSD is not a condemnation. It's merely a diagnosis, and then the treatment is probably therapy with people who have learned skills in the particular area that you have trauma, as well as some type of a spiritual practice like we get out of the 12-step process.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you very much.
Well, it's a great question. I hope that was a helpful answer.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
That recording of Bill W. reading the letter, is that available somewhere?
It's not Bill W. reading it. It was a doctor that was hired by Dr. Berger to simulate that. But
Okay.
So I'm pretty confident that that's part of his offering to have that set of PowerPoints available for you.
Okay, that's great. Thank you again so much.
You and Alan were both able to pinpoint where the question could go deeper. Yes. And where it could go to a point where it was more helpful. So how can I, again, I don't know what I don't know. I can't see what I don't see. So how can I create a better question?
Yeah. By taking some action and having some experience that creates the question. Mm-hmm. So I started with a question in the hospital program in February of 1984. What is your historical relationship with alcohol? I'm 43 years old. I'd never looked at that question at all. And as I looked over the 30 years of drinking bullet point and then read it out after I wrote it out, that process took 3 or 4 hours of writing and 15 minutes of reading. For the very first time, I saw the connections that I'd never seen before. And I have a self-reflective education, as I indicated at the beginning. I wasn't startled that I was an alcoholic. I was startled that I had never seen it. I was asked to ask myself a question. I got some information. I took some action. I had an experience. Oh my God, I have a problem with alcohol, which raised the next question. Mm-hmm. Now what do I do? And that was the dynamic that I experienced. That's why I answered the question the way I did. And that is, get some information, take some action, have an experience, and it will help you. You cannot ask the question before you have experienced something that prompts the question.
Right.
Yeah. Which 12-step program are you in?
Overeaters Anonymous is my primary program. I've also awakened to the fact recently that I need Workaholics Anonymous as well. Okay. And I could also qualify for CODA.
Okay. All right. Just breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Don't overstretch yourself. In OA, are you connected to a Vision for You group?
I am.
Wonderful. And the reason I'm asking for anybody else who isn't familiar with it, it's a group of OA that's very focused on the big book and the step process in a literal manner out of the big book. So it's, from my sense, it's a very vibrant organization. And have you done the steps out of the big book?
Yes.
And have you finished your 9th step?
I have a letter that needs to be written and 2 letters that would include that need to be read out.
So you're on the edge of finishing your 9th step. Have you embraced steps 10, 11, and 12?
Yes, sir.
You have a daily meditation practice.
I do.
Well, all right. So you're in the mix, and the questions with the question that you're asking, the questions that you at a deeper level need to ask will be given to you. Just stay open to it. Meditation, from my looking it up in the dictionary and now my experience with it, meditation is directed thinking. It's directed thinking and then directed listening, paying attention to the answers I get, which are the thinking that I'm doing. I don't get answers here. I get answers here. And I have to pay real attention to that tiny whispering sound, that voice, that feeling, that memory, that imagination as a possible answer to the prayer, God, please direct my thinking. Then listening to my thinking as the possibility of the medium that delivers the message. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's as you're saying this, what's coming through me is that there's still a lot of self-reliance. This whole I have to figure things out, and there's a lack of trust in the process.
You do, but you do, yes, in a way you do, and yes, you need to learn how to trust that the voice that you're hearing may not be your voice. It may be the voice that is being used to deliver a message for you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's the discernment. What's my ego? And what's the voice? Yeah, so you might benefit. 3 years ago, Hazelton published my book on meditation called Practicing the Here and Now. And that first chapter covers the entire panoramic view of intentional consciousness. So it might be helpful to you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
But this one child that is a very naughty, he's in jail, and I didn't know he was a narcissist, and I, you know, I've been studying the different type, and I didn't know you were a narcissist. So my question is, but he revealed to me that he was a narcissist and talked about it like at a very vulnerable point. And I have one question: is that do narcissists, does he love me, or am I just a source of constant supply because I love him unconditionally? And he always says, Mom, you're the only one who answers my phone.
Probably the answer is yes.
No.
All right.
Really?
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, because both are probably true depending on the circumstances in a given day. The book that I would recommend for you is, forget the name of the author. It'll come back to me, but maybe. But it's the title is so fabulous. The object of my affection is in my reflection. The object of my affection is in my reflection. And it's the How to Live with a Narcissist is the subtitle. How to Live with a Narcissist. Sounds like a book that might be very helpful to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
The author lives in Minnesota, and her name's not coming to me. She's a therapist, and it's a really good book. I know her. She's a really good person, long-term 12-stepper. And so I think it might be helpful to you. Rockelle, Rokelle, Lerner, Lerner. Rockelle Lerner. The object of my affection is in my reflection.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
That's a great question. Thank you. I haven't thought, obviously, for a while. Yeah. Please join me in the Serenity Prayer. The prayer of wisdom and the prayer of emotional sobriety, the prayer of balance. What can I influence? What can't I influence? And I need wisdom. You're welcome to pray out loud or not at all, but the Serenity Prayer. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. Thanks, everybody.